Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we have some early morning breaking news. The Kremlin has just announced that a meeting between Presidents Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin has been agreed upon and will happen in the coming days. Now, this comes after yesterday's meeting between Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Putin in Moscow, and days ahead of President Trump's deadline that Putin put an end to the war in Ukraine or face tough new economic sanctions. 5 people are recovering after being shot by a fellow soldier at Fort Stewart in Georgia yesterday. Now, the accused shooter is Sergeant Cornelius Radford, and he's now under arrest. So far, no word on a motive for that shooting or how he got a personal weapon onto the base.
He was someone who worked in logistics here at the Army base. The question was whether he used his service weapon, and according to investigators, no, this was his personal handgun that he used, opened fire on his coworkers, and some of these brave soldiers were able to tackle him to the ground and subdue him until authorities got there.
That is ABC's Faith Abubre. Austin Drummond is expected in a West Tennessee courtroom this morning. The man who is suspected of killing 4 people and kidnapping a baby was captured after being on the run for a week, keeping people in the town of Jackson on edge.
This guy, if he would do that, there's no telling what he would do. If he's cold-blooded, killed 4 people, he's carrying a rifle, he probably wouldn't hesitate to do it again.
Yeah, the district attorney telling Channel 4 that Drummond will likely face the death penalty. Governor Bill Lee is authorizing the deployment of the Tennessee National Guard to help federal agents with immigration and customs enforcement operations, specifically related to deportation efforts. That'll help with the administrative and clerical duties at ICE processing facilities within Tennessee, such as data entry, case management, and logistical support. Now, these troops will operate under the governor's orders, but they'll be paid by the federal government. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
A rally for Apple pulled stocks higher across the indices and accounted for nearly half of the S&P's gain. An announcement from the White House and Apple CEO Tim Cook on a new $100 billion investment in domestic manufacturing. The Dow added 81 points, the Nasdaq soared 252, and the S&P gained 45. Another batch of earnings reports also helped push stocks higher. McDonald's and Shopify rose following their latest updates, while Supermicro Computer tumbled after its earnings and revenue came in below expectations. For the second time since 2018, retailer Claire's has filed for bankruptcy as it struggles with a big debt load and changing consumer habits. Brazil has requested consultations at the World Trade Organization over President Trump's tariffs. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And we've got a nice futures market this morning. The Dow futures are plus 222. The Nasdaq futures gaining 170. S&P futures are up 46 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looking on the maps here, it doesn't look like we have any delays so far on 24, 40, or on 65. Heading in this morning to Nashville, down in Manchester, you do still have the paving work going on, but it looks like it's not causing any big delays so far. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.507 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And a good morning to you. I apologize in advance for the post that I just made on X. So whatever you do, Joan, Sam, now that you're back, whatever you do not look at what I just posted on X. You're not going to be able to unsee it, Joan.
I'm looking for it now.
Are you sure? Because it's going to give you some nightmares.
Dan Mandis.
Show at X. It's going to give you some nightmares.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. I again, you're not going to be able to unsee it, Joan.
I ate breakfast already, Dan.
I apologize. Listen, but sometimes a man's got to do what a man's got to do. Hey, futures are looking good. You know what Donald Trump posted on True Social at midnight? Because, you know, it is tariff day, right? And so Donald Trump posted on True Social, it's midnight. Billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the United States of America. So, yeah, it is tariff day. So that is one of the things that we'll be talking about. Of course, the global tariffs are taking effect now. And I was interested, the markets, the futures are up, Joan.
Oh, yeah, they're up really well this morning.
Okay, and
so you've got.
Do we know what is driving it? Because the Democrats were telling us that we're all going to be starving, and you know it's going to be the black death of finances and
not
everything
just
else.
a recession, but we'll fall off the edge of the earth.
Yes, that is exactly what was supposed to happen. So the market's though pretty good right now.
Yeah, Dow futures plus 238. That's even better than it was a couple of minutes ago.
Did they say what is driving the market?
Oh, Dan, no.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah. So let's see. So CNBC says stock futures rose early Thursday as traders mulled over President Donald Trump's announcement of a new steep tariff on imports of semiconductors and chips.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mulling that's going on this morning about this. Apple, that big investment from Apple.
Hold on. Did you watch that by any chance?
The press conference?
Yes.
No, I did not watch it. Tell me why. I've got the audio. I've got the audio.
Okay.
Do you want me to play it?
Well, no, because you're probably going to play the part that's the formal announcement and all that. Prior to the big announcement, Tim Cook comes in and he's got a like a desk adornment, I would call it. I'm not really sure what it was because I missed the beginning of it, but he takes it out of a box. And he tells, President Trump is there, and he's got, I think J.D. Vance was there. I'm not sure who else was in the room, but he's got everybody there, and he takes it out of the box, and he tells him, this is pure gold. And he sets it up on the desk, and he backs up from it. And I'm thinking, these people are bringing their riches and just fawning over this president. It was an amazing scene yesterday to see Tim Cook. He almost bowed to the president.
He brought in pure gold.
Pure gold.
That is a pure gold story, Joan. Yeah. Sam, see if you can find that. I would love to be able to share that with folks. I did not see that. But I think it's a great thing that Tim Cook and Apple, huge, massive investment into the U.S. economy. So Donald Trump, of course, is doing what Donald Trump has been threatening to do for a long time. And again, we will continue to watch the futures and the market, of course, once it opens as well. So thank you, Joan, for that. Yeah. And we'll see if we can find that because that is quite the visual.
Oh, it was so good.
What did Trump say, by the way? What did Trump say?
He said thank you. And, I think he was taken aback by it. But, he thanked him profusely and said, look at how cool things are now in the White House.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and let me go ahead and pull me up, if you would, there, Sam. And this is I have not heard this yet.
Okay,
but This is Tim Cook, and they're talking about this massive investment. And by the way, this is a huge, huge victory, not only for Donald Trump, obviously, but for America as well. The big investment, and we've been seeing this since Donald Trump came into office. This is Tim Cook talking about the massive investment Apple is making in America.
Mr. President, thank you very much for having me here today. You've been a great advocate for American innovation and manufacturing. I'm grateful for your leadership and your commitment. That's a commitment we share at Apple because American innovation is central to everything we do. Our products are designed here, we're hiring and growing here, and we support 450,000 jobs with thousands of suppliers and partners in all 50 states. Earlier this year, we made our largest ever spending commitment, $500 billion to the U.S. over the next 4 years. That's already yielding results. Earlier this year, we broke ground on a new factory in Houston to make advanced AI servers. And just last month, the very first test unit rolled off that factory's line, proudly made in America. President Trump shared some kind words about that work, but he also asked us to think about what more we could commit to doing.
And that's what I love about Donald Trump. When the president, and we're gonna do that at 5:35, Sam. So send me all that stuff that we got to do to get the video onto the stream. But the president, and I've said this so many times, the president has been so pro-America, so pro-American worker. And I think that this is an indication as to what happens when the commander-in-chief actually flexes his muscles. When he says, you know what? America is great. We have American exceptionalism, and we should be proud of that. And we should fight for America. And that is what Donald Trump has been doing. So for me, I'm very thrilled at what the president is doing. Now, I do understand that the tariffs, it is a long-term play, and we're going to have to see how this whole thing works out because no one has ever done this before. America has never tried to do this much as far as tariffs goes. And so as the day continues to go and the tariffs and the billions of dollars flow into our country, we'll have to see how all of the various markets react. We'll have to wait and see if prices go up, because that is one of the things that the experts, and I'm air quoting that, but, this is one thing that the experts have been saying is that prices will go up. But the question is, okay, prices will go up, but is our debt and deficit, is that going to go down? Ultimately, with the lowering of taxes, that is also a good thing that the president has put into place. So there's a lot of things, and I've said this so many times, there's a lot of things that are in the cauldron that is known as our economy. There's the tariffs. There is, of course, the lower taxes. As the taxes are lowered, then what does that mean for American people, the American people, and spending? And how much will they go out and spend? And that will continue to churn our economy. So we'll continue to watch. And I think it's, for me, I'm just a wait and see kind of guy when it comes to the tariffs. I get what the president is trying to do. I appreciate what the president is trying to do. And I'm not against it. I think that it makes all the sense in the world. I heard Peter Navarro on the way in, where he was on, I think it was ABC News, the ABC newscast, where he keeps talking about how it's all about an even playing field, and it's all about America not getting screwed. It's all about, balanced trade agreements. And I am all for that. And so for the president, he is gambling on this notion that tariffs will be good for not only our economy, but your economy individually as well. So we'll continue to watch that. It is a very busy news day. I do, by the way, have a lot of audio from Senator Marsha Blackburn and her interview with Matt Murphy. That was yesterday. Also, John Rose was on with Chris Hand, and that was yesterday. And that was such a great interview with John Rose and Chris Hand. I've got some great audio on that one as well. By the way, real quickly, before we go to traffic, go to watch us on YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll. Sam, how did we exactly word the Daily Dan poll?
Should Tennessee legalize medicinal marijuana?
Okay, very good. Short and sweet, because that did come up during the interview between Chris Hand and John Rose. We'll get into that audio and a whole lot more straight ahead. 5:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
Oh, easy breezy heading in this morning. Really no problems to speak of on 24, on 40, or on 65 as you make your way into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. As far as your weather today, partly cloudy, a high of 91, possible storms. Do we know what the feels like is going to be today?
It's going to be about 100.
Going to feel like 100 degrees. All right, thank you very much. It is 5:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I just saw your response to my post on the socials.
Yeah.
I said I apologize in advance for what I posted on X at Dan Mandis Show. And then Joan, is that a repost?
It's a repost.
Is that a repost?
Yeah.
And then Joan says, this is what at Dan Mandis Show hit us with this morning. She says, I'm sorry too. If you want to see what I'm apologizing for, go check me out on X at Dan Mandis Show.
Or at Joan Jones WTN.
Or at Joan Jones WTN, because she has to rebuild her entire social media because something about how China hacked her ex.
My email.
Just make sure you don't have an appetite before you check that post, people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you're not going to be able to unsee it.
You won't. It'll be stuck in your head for the rest of the day.
Okay, can I ask a question? And honest to goodness, I don't get the hysteria behind this secret dinner that was supposed to happen Wednesday night, last night, with Trump staffers at the vice president's residence. So this was something that Joan was reporting on yesterday. It was discussed about how Trump officials were going to have a secret meeting about the whole Epstein situation. So this morning, there's all of these headlines, and yesterday, all of these headlines about this, and I'm air quoting, this secret meeting with Trump officials, and they were going to talk about how to deal with and talk about the Epstein situation, the ever-evolving Epstein situation. It was described as a crisis dinner, it was.
Oh, yes, a crisis dinner.
I don't get why this is such a big deal. Can I actually say this? They should have had a crisis dinner months ago, because if there's anything that most of us can agree on is that the Trump administration has completely screwed up the messaging on Epstein. So they should have had this dinner months ago, because Trump has taken a big hit on his handling of this situation. So it all started from CNN. Top Trump administration officials will gather at the vice president's residence Wednesday evening as they continue to weigh whether to publish an audio recording and transcript of Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's recent conversation with Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. The administration's handling of the Epstein case, as well as the need to craft a unified response, is expected to be a main focus of the dinner, 3 sources said, so on and so forth. So I don't understand why the hysteria or the breathless reporting on all of this. This is like typical, is it not? Donald Trump was confronted with this story yesterday. This is what he said.
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man right here.
I saw it reported today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think the reporter who reported it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country. And that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit.
All right, so that is, of course, the quote, the phrase that pays, total BS. Now, he called it a hoax, but in that soundbite, he's not saying that the story is not real.
Correct.
He is saying, and that is an important distinction, because some in the media, of course, are saying that he is essentially saying the story is not real. But that's not what he said. Listen to the audio where he's saying they're using it as a way to distract from all of the great things that Donald Trump is doing, which, by the way, that is absolutely fair. That is true. Trump and his administration, they have handled this in not a great way. I'm just going to tell you, they have not handled the Epstein thing in a great way. That being said, that gave an opening for Trump's detractors to hammer this story. People who never brought it up before, suddenly they were concerned about the Epstein story. We've talked about all of that ad nauseum. But anyway, I don't know what I'm missing here, Joan, and maybe you can explain it to me. But
well, I think that the point of it is that if the media, and we know the media's role in forwarding the stories that the Obama administration has in the past, and I'm talking about the Russiagate stories, but we know that the media is the one that carries the water. The Democrats hand it to them and they carry the story. So if the media can say, hey, there's a meeting tonight, and guess what they're talking about, they can put a pall over it. They can make it seem like there's something nefarious happening, even if they're discussing, whatever. But they can make it seem like, and do a nod and a wink and say, hey, they're talking about it. They must be crafting a story around it. Everybody must be trying to get their stories straight so that we don't tell different stories. That's what they're doing.
Well, that's what they need to do. I mean, that's what Trump needed to do months ago, is have consistent messaging, have a plan. What are we going to do? How are we going to handle this? Instead of just, Pam Bondi releasing what she released. Well, Epstein committed suicide and there's nothing to see here. Are you kidding me? That led to a massive implosion within the Trump administration between Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, so on and so forth. Everybody knows the story. So, yeah, I have zero issue with the Trump administration getting together for dinner or a meeting or whatever to discuss the next steps in this whole Epstein situation, because it's a conversation that needs to be had. So whatever. Now, the White House may release the transcripts of the discussion between the DOJ's Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell. Word is that they are right now digitizing and transcribing this 10-hour interview. They may send Blanche out to do a press conference. You know what they also may be doing? I think the best thing that the Trump administration can do. Oh, shoot. I can't talk about it now. I've got to wait till right before the news.
Now you did it, Dan.
Right before the news, Joan, I'm going to tell folks what I think is the best solution for the Trump administration to do. And it is under consideration. That and a whole lot more coming up. Joan, what is coming up in the news at 5:30?
Yeah, a major airline grounds all of its airplanes. We'll tell you what is going on. Also, there's new information about the lawsuit filed against Shelbyville's Uncle Nearest Distillery. Those stories and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. All right, so you know what they're talking about doing as far as the Ghislaine Maxwell interview with the DOJ and Todd Blanche?
Transcribing the discussion and then releasing it.
Big conversation with Joe Rogan.
Oh, interesting.
That is perfect. You know why? Because Joe Rogan has said that this is a deal breaker. This is a deal breaker for he and Donald Trump is the Epstein situation. So you go on Joe Rogan, if you are Todd Blanche, you go on the Joe Rogan show, you are basically, facing the fire. You are facing the person who is got a very big platform, a very big microphone, a very big following, and you are facing that head on as opposed to running from it.
Yep.
And I think that is absolutely brilliant. And I'm telling you, Joe Rogan is not going to soft sell this thing. I mean, he's gonna ask the questions. He's not going to be afraid to ask any questions. Dude has nothing to lose because he's Joe Rogan, and he can do what he wants. And so I think that
he probably has a little bit of shining that he has to do because he was so criticized for endorsing President Trump, being there by his side. He was, he probably needs to play to his left base a little bit more.
I think he needs to look a little more neutral. I think that's what he needs to do. I think he's now being, we talked about it the other day, where he's being painted in this MAGA corner.
Yeah.
And he's not MAGA. And I've explained this 1,000 times. But he made himself open to that criticism by showing up at Trump's inauguration. So anyway, we've got a lot to talk about. So coming up, we do have, if you're watching us on YouTube, we've got the video of Tim Cook presenting Donald Trump with that gold. That's great audio as well. All of that and a whole lot more. By the way, scary situation regarding terrorism in America that I'm also going to be talking about. It's a very busy morning, 5:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It is now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A technical glitch forced United Airlines to ground all of its flights nationwide last night, creating a cascade of delays and cancellations that has extended into this morning.
At major hubs served by United Airlines, thousands of passengers got the bad news.
We don't know when we're going to be able to board and when we're going to be able to leave.
The problem was with the computer system that calculates the weight and balance of United aircraft, a crucial component in flight safety. After finally landing in Houston, Benjamin Fuentes took it in stride.
Things happen, I get it, but it's been a long day.
Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Changes are coming to Nashville that could lead to more duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, and smaller scale apartment buildings in areas traditionally zoned for single-family homes. Channel 4's Brendan Tierney reports Metro Planning is holding a series of public meetings on that.
The proposal looks to replace a lot of Nashville's single-family neighborhood zoning with more density. It's part of the housing and infrastructure study that found the city is projected to be short at least 20,000 homes over the next decade. This new phase of the project is trying to look past large apartment buildings and tall and skinnies to find a way for more people to live in a community without changing how it feels. Most of the changes will be next to major roads and in neighborhoods with single-family homes right next to business districts.
We've got new information about the lawsuit filed against Uncle Nearest by its lender. In a 700-page court filing, Farm Credit Mid-America said owners Keith and Fawn Weaver failed to pay principal and interest payments on multiple occasions and used loan money intended for Uncle Nearest to buy a home in Martha's Vineyard. The Weavers deny those reports. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so the delays are beginning now on 65 southbound into the Goodlettsville area. Looks like things are okay on 40 heading in this morning. 24, there is a stalled out vehicle past Almaville Road, exit 70 on the westbound side. And then if you're traveling in the area of Manchester this morning, things are looking pretty slow in that area as well. The paving project there continues. And you also have a crash on Murfreesboro Pike, north of Laverne Couchville Pike. Careful of that one. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? How are you? The Daily Mail has a story which I'll probably be able to get into in the 6 o'clock hour. You are not going to want to miss this story because it further really does tell the story of what Joe Biden has done to America to endanger our country. That story coming up. It's about 6:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, if you want to watch the radio show, you can watch it on YouTube, X997WTN.com, Rumble as well, and Facebook. I mean, everywhere. And so we are going to, for the people watching online, we're going to show you a video. And for people that are listening, obviously, we'll paint the picture for you on, again, the radio. So Tim Cook making a massive, many billions of dollars worth of investment into America. And Joan was talking about how he presented Donald Trump with, what was it, Joan?
It was it's a piece of glass that's what's going to happen is that Apple glass, the glass that's on phones, is now going to be made in Kentucky.
Right.
For all Apple products. So he presented, it was like a rounded piece of that glass, and it was something apparently made by a Marine, a former Marine. You're never a former Marine, but you are a retired Marine who now works for Apple. And then there was a gold base. And so Tim Cook brought that, unboxed it, set it up on his desk.
All right, this is what it sounded like and looked like.
I did very well in Kentucky, but it's a great place. You're going to be very happy. I thought maybe while we're up, I'll interrupt my own speech by you might show them a little bit about the product that you're going to be doing in Kentucky, Tim.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I step up?
Yes, please.
This box was made in the U.S., California, and this glass.
Opening the box.
On the Corning line. It's engraved for President Trump. It's a unique unit of one. It was designed by a U.S. Marine Corps corporal, a former one, that works at Apple now.
That's good. He's done well.
Designed it for you. And the base comes from Utah and is 24 karat gold.
24 karat gold.
I'll take the liberty of setting it up.
Wow.
So he unboxes it.
Yes.
Fumbles a little bit with it.
I would too, to be honest.
There we go. Congratulations.
That looks amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Great people of Kentucky. You're going to find it a great place to do business too.
Yeah, I mean that, and it's he said 24 karat gold, and it looks incredible. And this is a very big deal for Donald Trump.
It really is.
And a very big deal for Americans.
Apple is investing $600 billion in United States manufacturing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's a lot.
I mean, it's great. I love it. I mean, this is, and especially when you look at how many jobs, and we know the jobs report last week, it wasn't as good. They looked at the jobs report, they downgraded and all that. But when you look at the amount of jobs that this is going to create, and as Trump's tariffs continue to create, I think this is a great thing. It is clearly something, as Donald Trump, again, is looking to protect American jobs and create American jobs. And I've never seen a situation where there's so many people that are criticizing the president for just looking out for Americans.
Are they the first American company to jump on this bandwagon? I know we've had a lot of foreign investments come through recently as a result of the tariffs, but is this the first American corporation throwing down the gauntlet in this aspect?
I don't know. I don't think so. I know there's been American companies that had manufacturing in foreign countries and are coming back home. I don't remember which ones they are offhand, but I can look that up. But
here you go. There is the White House has a running list.
I bet they do.
Of U.S. investment in President Trump's second term. Project Stargate, a Japanese-based SoftBank and U.S.-based OpenAI and Oracle, Apple, NVIDIA, Micron, IBM, Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company, Johnson & Johnson, there's an American company.
There you go.
Roche, Bristol-Myers Squibb, Eli Lilly, UAE, Novartis, Hyundai, John Deere, Sanofi, Amazon, Venture Global. I mean,
So there's a lot of American
this is
companies.
a long,
Johnson & Johnson needs
list.
to rebrand after the Diddy trial.
So, all right. So I think big victory for Donald Trump. Yesterday we spoke about, or was it 2 days ago? I can't remember when. Howard Stern, where the folks over there at SiriusXM, they came out with this article came out where word was that his show over there on the satellite was going to be canceled. And so Joan and you and I spoke about that. And it turns out that Howard Stern had no idea that his show was going to be canceled.
This is hysterical. I did not hear this angle of the story until this morning when he told me.
This is exclusive from the Daily Mail. Headline: Howard Stern suffered brutal double humiliation when he discovered his show was doomed. And so I guess he was walking on the beach when he got the news from a Google alert that his show was being canceled. That SiriusXM was like, because of his politics, because of the money that he's going to be making, he's written off half of America because he literally said that he does not want Trump supporters listening to his show. And they just basically said, we can't afford this show. Do you know what I love about this? For years.
Besides everything.
For years, you had Howard Stern where he would always say, well, my contract's up. I don't know if I'm going to renew.
Yeah.
You know, he did that ad nauseum for years.
Yep.
He did that. I love that now SiriusXM has done the same thing to him.
The irony of people on the left saying, oh, the right is canceling people. No, the culture has shifted back to make a good product or have a good show, or the market will dictate, you losing it.
Well, that's exactly right. And so they go through, and to your point, Sam, they couldn't have been happy. SiriusXM could not have been happy with Trump, with Howard Stern's politics, where he wrote off and told half of America not to listen to his show. And so apparently, as the story goes, his staff had just had a big dinner, sort of celebrating, I guess it was 20 years or whatever it is that he's been on the network, on the satellite. And then at the tail end of the dinner, everybody got that news. Nobody knew that this was coming. First time hearing of it was a still reportedly stunned I keep saying Donald Trump, Howard Stern response to phone calls that he was getting. He's like, I'm walking on the beach. I had no idea this was coming. This is the first time hearing of it. Multiple sources confirmed. Stern decided to make an emergency show on Wednesday morning to quell concerns that he was finished. Instead of addressing reports about the Howard Stern show's future, he spoke at length to Metallica's Lars Ulrich, another close friend. Is it Ulrich or Ulrich? I have no idea. Metallica?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no. Anyway, and I like Metallica.
Ulrich.
Anyway, whatever. So, I don't know. They're talking about whether or not to extend his $500 million contract when it comes to a close at the end of 2025. So, I don't know. What's making staff extra concerned is the absolute silence from how come XM Sirius hasn't outright denied it. That's the other thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, they're not denying this story.
Yes.
So
that says a lot.
It does. Well, it does say a lot.
I wonder how insufferable his farewell tour will be because
Oh, my
with
gosh.
Colbert, you see immediately it was Kamala Harris, and then the other night was it not J.D. Pritzker was on?
Yeah, I've got audio and video where Colbert pulled out a piece of paper, and the piece of paper was a printout of how Illinois and Chicago gerrymanders. And Colbert is like, wait a minute. So you're mad at the Republicans for doing this. You're doing it too. You are the governor for the state of Illinois, and look at this gerrymandering. And he pulls out a piece of paper. And I actually,
there.
yeah. And so that we'll probably do that in the 6 o'clock hour. It is great. And I mean, I hate to say it, but hats off to Colbert for doing that. And Pritzker did have an answer. Now, who is the most hated person in America?
Hillary.
All right. What do you say, Sam?
I'd have to go Obama.
You two are so conservative.
We're just observers of news.
A finger on the pulse of the people.
Yeah.
You're actually not. Elon Musk.
You're kidding me. That's
a new
not true.
poll has found, I would have seen, had you asked me who is the most hated man in America or person in America, I probably would have said Elon Musk. I'm not kidding. Now, I don't hate Elon Musk, but I know that the Democrats are mad at him because of what he did with Doge, and the Republicans are mad at him because he's fighting with Donald Trump. Elon Musk, a new poll has found that he is the most hated public figure among a list of prominent Americans and global personalities. In July, Gallup surveyed Americans on their views of 14 powerful public figures, including Robert F. Kennedy, J.D. Vance, Vladimir Zelensky, Benjamin Netanyahu, AOC, and Donald Trump. But they say it was Donald Trump's former first buddy who topped the list as the most disliked, the results revealed. The staggering 61% of Americans.
It's a Gallup poll?
It's a Gallup poll. And they're usually pretty good.
Oh, he did put the team together that found that, SNAP benefits shouldn't be paying for soda and chips.
There is that. They say, yes, a staggering 61% of Americans reported an unfavorable view of Elon Musk, while just 33% saw him in a positive light. 6% had no opinion at all. What do you think of Elon Musk? It's an interesting question. Do you dislike or like Elon Musk? That's a tough one for me because I abhor that he keeps getting on X and saying that, this person's on the Epstein list and this person's on the Epstein list when he's got no proof. I absolutely hate that. If you've got the goods, then show it. Otherwise, shut the hell up. But I really like what Elon Musk did with Donald Trump, and I do like that he seemingly is still supporting Republicans.
I think that's more of a smokescreen to get people to stop tearing up Teslas.
I don't know about that.
Because we've seen a decline in those assaults and those vandalous, acts of that. Mm-hmm. But think about the people he brought in. Did you see the story on, I don't know how else to say it, the guy, Big Balls?
Yeah, he got beat down. We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if that shows the kind of people you surround yourself with, that should speak to the volume of your character to some degree. How you act on social media, it's a little bit different.
So one of the things that I think is going on with Elon Musk, and has anybody heard anything about that American Party? Remember several weeks ago, he came out, Elon Musk said, who wants to be in on the American Party, right? Have you heard anything about that, Joan? Is there anything new on that?
No, and as a matter of fact, the support has been pretty tepid online, I think even on X, for that America Party. And since then, the companies, so I think it's only Tesla, has sort of tied him up. The Tesla board said, okay,
yes,
we're going to give you a
did.
big fat bonus, but you need to quit the political stuff. So he, his hands have been tied by the Tesla board. They want him to pay attention to his products.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
He actually owes it to the investors of Tesla to keep his eye on the ball.
Yeah.
And I think that there was a come to Jesus meeting with old Elon Musk. And I think that he, by and large, I mean, ever since then, he's just sort of been out of the public sphere.
Right.
He donated $5 million to the main super PAC affiliated with Trump.
When was that?
June 27th. He gave the sum to MAGA Incorporated.
He actually he donated to 3 super PACs. One of them was presidents. One of them was a Senate super PAC for the Republicans. And I forget what the third one was.
The Congressional
but there were 3
Leadership Fund.
Congressional, yeah.
Yep.
So there were 3. He donated $15 million. So he apparently he can still speak with his money, but he's just not allowed to be active.
And what's surprising is that he's been all over the place with that because, he has said, well, maybe I won't be spending money to help the Republicans, right? Remember that whole thing? Now suddenly he is. And so he's all over the place.
He is.
I would much rather, though.
He's an eccentric.
I would much rather, though, he be supportive with his mind and his money, supportive of Donald Trump and the Republicans, certainly than the Democrats. Anyway, it's 5:53 on Super Talk. Hey, real quick, if I could, Sam, watch us on YouTube. And what is the poll? How are people voting on whether or not Tennessee should approve medicinal marijuana?
We're at 64% yes.
All right. Got a lot more straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News. By the way, a nice little big piece of turd that Joe Biden has left America as far as the open borders go. And I've got a very scary story for you. Coming up next, it is Nashville's Morning News. Also, I've got great audio from the interview that Matt Murphy did with Senator Marsha Blackburn. Of course, she has announced now that she is running for governor. Chris Hand also had an interview with John Rose. And so I've got great audio from both the highlights and the lowlights. It's all coming up next. Busy morning on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Your rentals with ease. It's like having a whole team
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line very active today. Sally, of course, says, how can you possibly have great audio of the Marsha Blackburn interview? Sally
I think
doesn't
we know
like
where Sally.
Sally doesn't.
sits.
Well, Sally's a little cantankerous.
Yeah.
We like Sally, but she's a little cantankerous.
Sally, is she?
Actually, no. Sally's a man. I don't know
Right.
why I keep. 0152 says, wondering why Big Balls was assaulted. Was it political or like most crimes these days, simply because he is a white male? We went through that at great length yesterday. He was assaulted by a big group of young black males. They were trying to carjack his date. And so he threw the date in the car, and she locked the door, and he got the living crap beat out of him by this big group of thugs. So
That's a man right there. That is a man.
That is the
Living
definition.
up to the nickname.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And boy, he was bloodied.
That's
and he was
toxic
bloodied.
masculinity right there.
Yeah.
And we like it.
Although the people on the left will say, oh, no, yeah, Big Balls is toxic masculinity. Nothing to say about the group of 8 to 10 young men who beat the crap out of him. Nothing to say about that, of course. It's 6 o'clock on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. Now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And now that Senator Marsha Blackburn is officially running for governor of Tennessee, what's to become of term-limited Governor Bill Lee?
I'm not running for Senate, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, so will he endorse Marsha Blackburn? He spoke to Channel 4 about that.
She's a great leader for our country, and I'm proud that she stepped into the race. I'm proud that we've got good candidates that are willing. We need people that are willing to step up and serve, and so I'm excited for her.
Blackburn could become the first female governor of the state. News out of the Kremlin this morning.
По словам Юрия Ушакова, будет объявлено позже.
That is the official announcement from Russian state news that Russian President Vladimir Putin has agreed to a meeting with President Donald Trump. Now, no specific date or place mentioned. Russian officials have also raised the possibility of a trilateral summit that would include the president of Ukraine. Apple CEO paying a visit to the White House, offering President Trump a gift and making a promise of more investments in domestic manufacturing. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio has that story from Washington.
At the White House, Apple CEO Tim Cook presenting Trump with a glass and gold gift made in the U.S. And Cook making this announcement.
This is for the first time ever. Every single new iPhone and every single new Apple Watch sold anywhere in the world will contain cover glass made in Kentucky.
Cook also boosting Apple's investments in U.S. production, allowing the company to avoid a steep new tariff on foreign semiconductors.
Now, at the stroke of midnight, President Trump's new tariffs on nearly every U.S. trading partner has gone into effect. ABC's Gio Benitez spoke with White House trade advisor Peter Navarro. He tells us that tariffs will shield American manufacturers from unfair competition and bring jobs back to the U.S.
What the President Trump is doing is leveling the playing field on behalf of American workers, on behalf of American businesses. The tariffs will help pay for the tax cuts in the big, beautiful bill. The tariffs will help debt reduction.
And stock futures are jumping this morning. Market numbers report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. We've got Dow futures plus 247 right now. S&P futures, they're up 43, and the NASDAQ futures plus 195 points. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a stalled out car on 24 westbound this morning. It's in Smyrna, just past Almaville Road, exit 70, and it's causing some delays behind it, even after that stalled out car. It looks like it's pretty slow again this morning. And then touching the brakes as you go around the curve at the merge with 40. The merge between 24 and 65 heading in from the north, that's pretty slow as well, too. No big problems, however. Murfreesboro Pike, you've got a crash this morning in Laverne, north of Laverne, Couchville Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. You know, we have all spoken about here on WTN and in the conservative movement the dangers that Joe Biden has allowed into our country. And there is an exclusive article from the Daily Mail. The headline is this: Frantic Terrorist Manhunt begins across America as terrifying Iranian passport plot to flood the nation with jihadis is uncovered. Now, how many times did we all say, oh, you know what, we've got terrorists coming across that southern border, the wide open southern border, and that is indeed what is going on after President Trump ordered airstrikes, they say, to take out 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities in late June. Defense officials warned that Tehran may have the ability to strike back from inside the U.S. homeland. Indeed, the Islamic Republic and its proxy forces in the Middle East, namely Hezbollah and Hamas, have long sought to plant terrorist sleeper cells here in America, poised to activate when called upon in American communities. Now they say there is new evidence of how this suspected Iranian campaign may have operated, and the signs point to close coordination with Tehran's closest ally in the Western Hemisphere, Venezuela. Now, what did I say? I mean, I don't want to turn this into a Mandis was right thing, but remember when I talked about weaponized migration? And I spoke about how Venezuela was working with our enemies, Iran, you've got North Korea, you've got Russia, you've got China, and Venezuela was working with them to bring these people into our country. And a lot of these Iranian terrorists, they say, have Venezuelan passports. That's right, Venezuelan passports. The Daily Mail has exclusively obtained a list revealing an alleged international scheme to provide Venezuelan passports to potential terrorists. These passports would grant individuals the ability to travel without a visa in certain instances from the Middle East to South America. Then, according to national security experts, these people could take advantage of the Biden administration's lawless southern border and cross illegal into the United States alongside approximately 10 million illegal immigrants from 2020 to 2024. I'm telling you, we all said it. And now here we are face to face with the fact that we know that terrorists are in our country. This is a story where it's like, well, we already knew that this was happening. I mean, this is Joe Biden's border. This is the consequence of Joe Biden's wide open border. And this is why I get so frustrated sometimes with, you know, one issue or single issue voters who will say, well, I'm not going to vote for, you know, either which Donald Trump's not up again, but I'm not going to vote for J.D. Vance, or I'm not going to vote for the Republicans because they're standing by Donald Trump and he's not doing X, Y, or Z, whatever it is. this is, I would say, one of the biggest instances of consequences when you vote for the Democrat Party. This is one of those instances where I don't care what the hell Donald Trump does in the next, 3.5 years. The Democrats cannot be in power again. They cannot be trusted. This is an example of the consequence of Democrats and their rule. And by the way, don't forget that they lied to us over and over again about the border being secure when clearly it was not. And now we've got all of these Iranian terrorists in America, according to the Daily Mail, coming in with Venezuelan passports because of weaponized migration, as I've been talking about for a while.
The House Judiciary Committee had their report that were 250 illegal aliens on the terrorist watch list that were encountered at the border, and they allowed 99 of them into the country.
Isn't that insane? Isn't that insane? I mean, that is one of many stories that, again, not to belabor the point, but these are stories that we've all spoken about. I mean, there was that story, I think they were in Philadelphia. Remember that story in Philadelphia, Joan, where they caught a whole bunch of guys? I think there was like 9 or 10 of them on the terrorist watch list, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Yep.
They say over the past 4 years, until we got the border locked down, it has been much more likely for Iran to develop relationships with Venezuela and get people here into America, get them in place and get them supplied and ready to go, says Jonathan Gillum, counterterrorism analyst and former FBI agent, telling the Daily Mail. Concerningly, he warns that the probability of Iranian attacks on U.S. soil is now high following the June strikes. Now, I was all for the June strikes. Here's the other thing, though, because I get that it's a double-edged sword, right? So Donald Trump strikes Iran. Iran already has these terror cells in our country, but do we live in fear? Do we hold back on the things that we know that we need to do because of fear that there are sleeper cells in this country? Because of Joe Biden? I don't think anybody wants to live in fear. I don't think that anybody wants the president to lead in fear. But it is a consequence. And Lord help us if there is a terrorist attack, courtesy of Iran here in America, people will say, well, it's because Donald Trump bombed Iran. No, it's not. It is because Joe Biden let them in. You can't lead with fear. So what we need to do is we need to find the bad guys. We need to find these guys with Venezuelan passports, and we need to get them out of our country as quickly as possible, or throw them in jail, find whatever charges we can throw at them, and make sure that they are not a threat to you and I. They say some elements of this alleged Venezuelan-Iranian scheme has been previously reported and date back to former Venezuelan dictator Hugo Chavez. Well, that's what Trump has been saying. When Donald Trump, remember, one of the things that Trump said, and he said this for a long time, is the fact that in Venezuela, they emptied their prisons and sent all of their people here. And this was a talking point that was true. People got tired of Donald Trump saying it, but it was the absolute truth. So this is going to be a very big deal moving forward. And this is, again, basically what this is this is confirmation of what we already know. They found this document. It contains the passport numbers, names, ages, birth dates, genders, and countries of origin of individuals allegedly given Venezuelan citizenship, even though they would not otherwise qualify for it. The list shows that more than 10,400 people from Iran, Syria, and Lebanon were given passports from 2010 through 2019. Approximately 2/3 of the people on the list are, of course, male, fighting age males at that. So this is a 25-paragraph article. So, but I think you get the point. I don't want to read the whole thing. But this is scary. And this is, again, the consequence of Joe Biden. And as we said during the Biden administration, this is something that we are going to be living with for years to come. Yet the left, they're still battling Donald Trump over mass deportation. And I guarantee you, as I said previously, if we ultimately are attacked by terrorists, they're going to blame Donald Trump. You need to place blame where it belongs, and that will be on Joe Biden and the Democrats. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. 6:16, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Today, partly cloudy, a high of 91 with possible storms as well. All right, so we had a lot of interviews yesterday on WTN. We had, of course, Marsha Blackburn, senator, and she announced that she is running for governor. And so one of the things that she did, and I did note this yesterday in the video announcement, was that she threw out Donald Trump right away. Like, the video opens with Donald Trump. And so Matt Murphy, of course, Murphy Show, asked the senator, why is it that you're running for governor?
I have worked so closely with President Trump. There's no one that has worked more closely with him than me to pass his agenda. And he is sending power, authority, control back to the states when it comes to education and energy and health care. And there's going to be an opportunity to innovate and to work on regulations and how benefits are administered. And because of that, that is going to be a great opportunity to reset how our state government works.
All right, so basically what she is saying, and by the way, note again, just like in the ad, that she played the Trump card immediately. And so I don't know if Donald Trump is actually officially, Joan or Samuel, I don't think Trump has officially endorsed anyone for the governor's race in the state of Tennessee.
Oh, I don't think he has.
Is it a stretch to say that he'll probably endorse Senator Blackburn?
I don't think so.
John Rose, he's also very pro-Trump, but I think by the fact that you've got the senator, and she, just because there's fewer senators, I think that she has worked very closely with the president, and she has for years. And so to me, we'll have to wait and see ultimately what Donald Trump does. I believe, though, that she will be endorsed by the president. And by the way, I don't think that she would be playing the Trump card if she wasn't absolutely certain that he would be endorsing her. You don't think so? Am I wrong on that, Joan? I heard that. Mandis, you were so full of crap tone to your voice.
No.
I heard that from my wives, both of them.
I think that's something, he knows how the state's going to vote. We're going to vote red. That's a no-brainer. It's going to come down to which Republican ultimately wins, the job in that aspect. And so I think he'll play it nonchalantly and let the people of Tennessee do what they need to do and make the right decision.
I think he's going to endorse Blackburn.
I think Blackburn's throwing it out there to imply the endorsement to people and to kind of harp on the MAGA train.
Yeah, that's true. I noticed that John Rose, though, in his interview with Chris Hand, did not overtly play the Trump card. He referenced Trump, and he is very MAGA. John Rose is. By the way, a lot of controversy.
Well, he probably knows he's not going to get the endorsement.
Right. That's exactly right. That's a good point, John. Some controversy.
What is it?
With John Rose. The discussion over legalizing marijuana and medicinal marijuana here in the state of Tennessee. So it was because of that controversy, and I don't have time now, but coming up after the news at 6:35 or so, I will play some of that audio where Congressman John Rose, running and wants to be the governor for the state of Tennessee, the question was posed to him about where he stands on medicinal marijuana and also on recreational marijuana. And would he, as governor, would he support the legalization of both? And he basically, and again, I'll play you the audio, but he said no, he would not support either. And that, according to Chris, the super text line blew up on that one. And I love that Chris said you were getting hammered on the super text line for saying that you would not endorse or support the legalization of medicinal or recreational marijuana in the state of Tennessee. I think that as conservative as this state is, there's a lot of people who want to see, at the very least, and I fall in this category, just so you know, I would like to see medicinal marijuana allowed in the state of Tennessee. I like John Rose a lot, and I there's a lot of good things that he says. That is one avenue that I'm going to vehemently and strongly disagree with him on, but I'm not a one-issue kind of guy. I'm not sold on recreational marijuana being legalized, but medicinal, abso-flippin-lutely. So we did the poll. Watch us on YouTube and watch us everywhere. But we did a poll. The Daily Dan poll today is, should medicinal marijuana be legalized in the state of Tennessee? What are people saying, Sam?
We're bumping up to 69% saying yes.
69%. Now, and I want to make sure people understand that. The people that listen to WTN and this show, very conservative. Very conservative. And a lot of people that listen to this show recognize that medicinal marijuana is something that can absolutely help our veterans with their PTSD, and medicinal marijuana can help kids and folks that have seizures. And,
Parkinson's.
Parkinson's. Yeah, that's another one. Parkinson's. I mean, there's a lot of value, in my opinion, to medicinal marijuana. The other thing that Chris said to John Rose, and I thought it was interesting, was the congressman said he has never drank or, been one to partake in drinking, and he's never smoked pot. And Chris asked him a very interesting question, which was, do you think the fact that you've never drank or smoked marijuana, does that impact your perspective on this? And basically, and I'm going to have to paraphrase here, but basically he said, no, he just feels like, it is wrong that marijuana is a gateway drug, and he was absolutely against even medicinal marijuana. And he did find himself, John Rose did find himself at odds with, as our Daily Dan poll shows, the majority of the audience. And so, and I don't know if he was surprised by that or not. I'm not surprised at all, because I've been talking about this for a long time. So we got to go. It is 6:22 on Nashville's Morning News. More audio from Marsha Blackburn and John Rose, their respective interviews here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN coming up. And Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. And Joan, what is coming up at 6:30?
Well, it is arraignment day for the man who's accused of killing 4 members of his girlfriend's family in Tennessee. Also, the unusual award being offered for information about a robbery in Nashville. Those stories coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Joan, one of the listeners wants to take me behind the woodshed.
I saw that.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
I've got an answer for that person coming up.
Are you scared?
No, I'm not scared. Because he was very nice. But he seems to think I'm scheming against John Rose.
I know.
I'm not scheming.
Well, see, and you had the appropriate answer, and I think you should address that on the air because it's it's relevant.
It is relevant. So
Yeah.
we're going to talk about that straight ahead. Dan Mandis here. Change is always happening. It is part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there is one thing that is going to stay the same: the price of your internet. Now, Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means that you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Now, if you are surprised, well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report, August 2024. All right, we got to get this old bumper music thing figured out. No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Really?
Metallica mix-up.
What happened to our nice news-driven bumpers, Sam?
They went where KGB went, out the door.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Good Lord. We have no hostility. Well, I
Throwing
don't.
it down.
I mean, I don't have
That
any
wasn't
hostility
hostile.
towards
That was-
KGB,
that
and
was
Joan
just
doesn't
factual.
have any, hostility towards KGB. He went on to find himself another job. What he did.
Another career.
Another
actually.
career.
Yeah.
Serving drinks on a Southwest flight.
He was like, I am so done with radio. You people are morons, is what KGB said on the way out the door. Actually, no, he said something very nice on X on the way out the door. He thanked all of us, and we appreciate him and wish him all the best. All right.
He's doing very well. I want to tell everyone that.
Oh,
He's
is he?
doing very well. Yeah, yeah.
Did you find a gig?
He did.
What's he doing?
He's working in the insurance industry.
Oh, very good.
Yes. So like a very nice career path
Good.
for him, and I'm super proud of him.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Well, thank you, Joan, for the update. All right, coming up now, a listener is really, really mad at me for something I said about John Rose. So we will get to that audio and a whole lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and this is the moment that I would love to have a breaking news sounder. But we've got breaking news that just happened this morning. President Trump posting on Truth Social that he has instructed the Department of Commerce to immediately begin work on a new and highly accurate census. Based on modern day facts and figures, he says. For this one, the president says people who are in the country illegally will not be counted. Other news, the man accused of killing 4 members of his girlfriend's family in West Tennessee he is facing a judge this morning. His name is Austin Drummond. He'll be arraigned on 4 counts of first-degree murder. At a press conference yesterday, TBI said that the public's help was key in capturing Drummond after a week on the run.
All of the effort, all of the technology, all of the dog determination that we had was really came down to the community doing as was stated, seeing something and making that call.
While this arrest brings some measure of relief, we realize that the road to healing is going to be a long one.
Yeah, the arraignment hearing is set for 8:15 this morning in Lake County. In Nashville, a homeless man has been charged with raping a teenager. Metro Nashville police have arrested 22-year-old Tyler Kidder for the attack that allegedly took place in a Nashville parking garage on Sunday. Now, the girl in this case, who has a history as a runaway, approached strangers on Church Street and told them she had been raped. Kidder is being held in jail. And a novel approach to finding a crook. A Nashville eatery is offering Free pizza for a year to the person who can identify the man who broke into their restaurant and made off with a load of alcohol.
Bella Napoli Pizzeria says the suspect smashed a window just after 4:30 a.m. Tuesday. Stole alcohol. Look at him there. The suspect left and ran into a person's backyard near 15th Avenue South. That restaurant is asking residents and businesses to check surveillance footage.
WSMB4 there. This is the second break-in at that restaurant in 2 months. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here for USS United Structural Systems. Now, these folks are the company that I have turned to for many, many years to help me out with my waterproofing issues at my home. This is a great company. And again, I've worked with them many, many times. Now, the thing that I really like about USS is they show up at your house and they know exactly what they're doing. So if you go down into your basement or crawl space and you see moisture and you see maybe some leaks, you've got a waterproofing problem. That means that you have got to call my friends at USS United Structural Systems. They are the regional leaders in waterproofing. And so if you go down and you see water in that crawl space, they can help you with waterproofing. They've got tens of thousands of satisfied customers. USS United Structural Systems. Find them online anytime. It's USSTN.com.
Okay, watch yourself in Inglewood, Hart Lane at Ben Allen Road. There's an accident. Glencliff, an accident at Murfreesboro Pike at Plus Park Boulevard. Now, you do have delays on 24 westbound this morning. It's starting around the 840 area, works its way into Nashville. Also delays on 24 and 65 coming in from the north. And 40, yes, it looks like it's beginning to slow down now on the westbound side as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones. Sam Rutherford is producing. All right, so 0026. I was talking about John Rose and the whole thing with medicinal marijuana and also recreational marijuana, and it became a bit of an issue yesterday on Chris Hand's interview with the congressman. And so I'm a fan of John Rose. And but that is one place where he and I differ on opinion when it comes to medicinal marijuana. 0026 said this, Dan, you so conveniently forgot to mention. See, so immediately the guy is like, I've got it out for John Rose. I don't have it out for John Rose. I like John Rose a lot. You conveniently forgot to mention that John Rose also said that he would be willing to put down his own feelings in order to vote in the manner that the people wanted. I don't believe it is fair to say all of this about him and not mention that. Okay, so I didn't hear that part of the interview. However, I was speaking specifically about medicinal marijuana. Part of this conversation was that Chris had some polling that showed that in Tennessee, the good people of Tennessee believe that medicinal marijuana should overwhelmingly, they say, be legalized. And that, if you want to listen to our own poll, if you want to go to YouTube and take the poll, people on the super text line also very supportive of legalizing medicinal marijuana. So it seems clear to me that majority of people, I don't know if it's the vast majority of people, but a lot of people in Middle Tennessee want to see medicinal marijuana legalized. And so it was with that context that Chris asked, okay, so I got it, thanks. It is with that context that Chris asked him, okay, with all of this polling that shows that the people want medicinal marijuana to be legalized, what if the state legislature came in with their own legislation that they would pass through the state house and it came to your desk? What would you do? Listen to what he said.
If a bill came forward, gets through the House, it's passed, voters, it's for marijuana legalization, it gets to your desk. You signing that bill or are you vetoing that bill?
I would veto that bill based on what I know today.
All right, so there you go. And if the congressman said that he would put his own feelings aside when it came to pieces of legislation, clearly he didn't mean medicinal marijuana. So,
and to be honest, that point of view will gain him some voters. So it's not, it's not a slam dunk, either side of this. Right. So,
Yeah, because there's a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, that believe that medicinal marijuana should still be illegal. And one of the things that he said, well, let me go play the other cut. Because one of the things that he did say is that, and there is an element of truth to this, that when you say medicinal marijuana, some people will say you got to put air quotes around it because doctors are just, writing prescriptions for medicinal marijuana for people that don't actually need it for PTSD or cancer or, whatever else they may be afflicted with. But it is an absolute fact that medicinal marijuana does help people, veterans, for example, with PTSD, people that have seizures, folks that have cancer. And it is true, in my opinion. John Rose, one of the things that he said was that he's never been a drinker and he doesn't smoke pot. And he believes that marijuana is a gateway drug. And so he just doesn't feel like the state of Tennessee needs to have medicinal marijuana. So this is a part of that conversation between he and Chris Hand.
Well, I am not in favor of legalizing marijuana. And everyone I talk to in the healthcare space and in the law enforcement space is of one mind that it is a gateway drug and that it leads to further drug use, heavier drugs, and ultimately leads to bad outcomes for the individuals that are users. So I would not favor legalization of marijuana. I do not favor medical marijuana because I think that's just a step in that direction. And so with respect to the near marijuana products that you described, I think we have to be very careful. I think we have to be honest with ourselves about what we're doing there.
All right. So, I mean, that's his opinion. And like it or not, that's his opinion. And this is the great thing. Can I be honest? This is where we pat ourselves on the back, Joan. This is the greatness that I love about WTN and what WTN offers. Because we are able to have a very open and honest conversation outside of, the news will give you, 20, 25, 30-second soundbite on some of this stuff. But, we're openly discussing this. And we're playing the audio and having, kind of a, we're not taking phone calls. Should I take phone calls on this? You want to take? Hey, Sam,
I
take
think
the
that's
phone.
a great
take
idea.
Take the phone calls off hold real quick. And there you go. So, are you for or against medicinal marijuana? I don't want to do recreational. I want to do medicinal. So where do you stand on medicinal marijuana? This is part of what I love about WTN. Let's take a live poll right now. 615-737-9986. This is why KGB quit. And I'm just kidding. And let us know how you feel about it. And I'd be willing to bet, Joan, that we are going to get some calls from veterans who will tell us that the medicinal marijuana very much helps with whatever ails them, whether it's PTSD or injuries, whatever it is. Here's more of what he said about medicinal marijuana. I also didn't really like this one. Joan, you're going to hate this answer. And by the way, I like John Rose. But listen to this answer regarding pharmaceuticals.
And so, here's the thing. We've got a great pharmaceutical industry in this country when it comes to extracting the useful, beneficial, efficacious elements of substances like marijuana. And so if there is a medical application to that, we can medicinalize it without creating a kind of a backdoor to recreational drug use. And again, I'm not just basing this. I've never smoked marijuana, never used drugs, never drank. So I wouldn't be the person to assess that. But every physician that I talk to, every law enforcement officer that I talk to, tell me don't go down that path.
So that is where he's at with medicinal marijuana. Now, this did not come up with Senator Marsha Blackburn during the interview with Matt Murphy. So I don't know how she feels about it. I don't know if I've ever asked her about it in all the years that I've been here regarding medicinal marijuana. I don't know if it's come up, but because her interviews with me tend to be relatively timely to like literally the news of the day. But I would be really interested to know what I may reach out to the Blackburn people. I'm sure they'll get right back to me and let me know how she feels about medicinal marijuana. Going to do the traffic real quick. Sam, 6:45 on Nashville's Morning News, and it is time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 6:45 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Partly cloudy today, a high of 91 with possible storms. You know what's interesting too, Joan, is that John Rose has never been a pot smoker, he says, or he doesn't drink. And
never drank.
Well, I mean that's how I interpreted his comments.
Yeah.
But I was pro medicinal. Oh God, how do I phrase this? So for a lot of years.
This is going to say a lot about you, Dan.
Dang it. You know what? I've talked myself into a corner. I'm going to say it this way.
Yes.
I never smoked pot for years and years. I never smoked pot. And then I was always for medicinal marijuana. I'm just going to say that. Even though it's kind of like I'm a very much of a 2A supporter, but I didn't own a gun. It's the same thing. Mm-hmm. You can be a non-pot smoker and still say, but I understand the need for medicinal marijuana. Just like you can be a 2A supporter and not own a gun, which, by the way, I now own a gun.
Okay,
right.
So I think the question is, did you inhale?
Matthew is on line 1 on the road on WTN. Matthew, go right on ahead.
Hey, Dan. So listen, marijuana is a plant that grows out of the ground. It's just something that is there naturally that man does not have to do anything to other than set it on fire. John Rose strikes me as an individual who he has talked to everybody in the field, and everybody says don't do it. Come on now, we know that's not accurate. But he strikes me as an individual who knows what's better for other men than other men know what's better for them. I'm about freedoms and not harming other people, not affecting other people in a negative manner. And marijuana is one of those innocuous things that it's just, listen, we've all traveled. We've all been around the country and around the world. We know that it's not this evil thing that came out of those videos in the 50s. We know. Yeah. And there's no way John Rose doesn't know. And what catches me with him is he said that he would be all right with the medical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, extracting the things out of it. But that just goes back to another huge supporter of the pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah, I think, you bring up a great point, Matthew, and I do appreciate the call. You bring up a great point, which is, and especially this audience, we don't trust the pharmaceutical industry. We simply don't, for a lot of different reasons. And so when he said that he basically trusts the pharmaceutical industry, again, I'm not going to hold that part against him because that is what the pharmaceutical industry does. But again, he and I have disagreement on this. Travis is in Manchester on WTN. Travis, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the conversation is bigger than marijuana. It's always struck me very funny how as conservatives we're all about beating the drum of small government until it comes to telling people what to do with their own bodies, and then all of a sudden our small government principles don't apply. And I think to be logically consistent across the board, we have to say that, you know what, medical treatment is decided between a medical professional and a grown adult is none of the government's business. I've never smoked marijuana myself. I've never drank. I've never done any of that, but I don't think it's any of mine or the government's business. If someone else has a medical issue and a doctor says that it could help them, then who am I to say it's wrong for them to get the help they need?
And Travis, I very much appreciate the call. Let's say hello to Jerry in Nashville. And by the way, I'm purposely not commenting on what other people are saying because I want to get through all these calls. People were nice enough to call this morning. Jerry's in Nashville on WTN. Go ahead.
See, I'm kind of the opposite. I think I'm on the side that it's just going to lead, like Oregon, it's just going to lead to legalizing more and more drugs. I would say just decriminalize it. I get it. It's not, it's out of the ground and all that. But plus, when you make it legal, you start taxing it, and then all you're going to do is you're just going to push more and more people on the black market so that you don't even really get the benefit out of the state.
Well, but one thing, and Jerry, one thing that I would say, here I go, I can't help but comment. I get what you're saying, Jerry, but if you legalize it, then you can also regulate it. And so you're not getting any kind of, you don't want to get this stuff on the black market. Trust me on that, Jerry. And it's interesting. So people always talk about how marijuana is a gateway drug. Well, so if I'm understanding Jerry correctly, he thinks it would be like gateway legislation or something. So I don't know, Jerry. I appreciate the call though very much. And this is Kirby in Kentucky on WTN. Kirby, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Dan, love your show. Joan, love you too. Well, and you're surrounded by great producers. I do want to say one thing. I wish you guys would kind of cover the story a little bit more. So heavy user in Middle Tennessee. I had to move to Kentucky, and where it is legalized marijuana. Now, with that being said, so I had to stop because I lost my contact. With that being said, to apply for it, you do have to go online, you have to apply, get approved, then you have to go to a doctor, the doctor has to approve you. That being said, it's not like burnable marijuana. It comes in vape or edible forms. So I'm not sure what the Tennessee legislation is trying to pass or was looking to do, but there's no like smokable marijuana in Kentucky when it comes to prescribed stuff.
So if I wanted, which I don't, but I mean, if I wanted to get marijuana, where would I go if I wanted to get, I don't even know where I would go. Would I go to Kentucky?
Missouri. Just go to a back alley. No, you just go to a back alley somewhere.
Thank you, Kirby. I appreciate it. Smart ass. Jonathan is in Spring Hill on WTN. Hey, Jonathan.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, a previous caller said that, it's just a plant that comes out of the ground. But so is cocaine and opium, and we know that those lead to major addictions, and the government's got to take care of the people. And so in that instance, I'm certainly not a fan of recreational marijuana. However, I do know personally people who have some pain diseases, that they're in constant pain all the time, and they want to stay away from the heavy pharmaceutical, addictive drugs, and they take the CBD stuff, and it helps. So the people I know personally say that the medicinal is actually very helpful. It's a lot less addictive, a lot less dangerous than the other pharmaceutical drugs, but it could lead to, other drugs.
Well, and Jonathan, I appreciate that. I know so many people, I've spoken to so many people who have utilized medicinal marijuana for pain management, seizures, whole thing. And that's why I'm such a huge believer in it. Dana is in Kentucky on WTN. Dana, go ahead.
Good morning. I am excuse me, my husband passed away in November from a long battle with cancer. And I don't live in Tennessee. I live in Kentucky, just across the state line. And I'm really upset that he would think that he could say what's good for everybody in Tennessee if he's never been in that position with a spouse or a child who has cancer or who has seizures, who can't get relief. And the only thing that they found relief from is medical marijuana. I think that's very sad that he would think, like the other caller said, he knows what's best for everyone.
Dana, let me ask you.
You don't know what you'll do till you've been sick.
Right. Dana, let me ask you, did your husband use medicinal marijuana?
He did.
Okay.
But I will tell you this. He also got sick in the early 80s when there was not a whole lot. He was a young child when he got sick the first time. And in the 80s, you know, there wasn't a such thing as like a pharmaceutical version of the CBD that helps with the nausea and stuff from chemotherapy and radiation, you know, and his doctors were like, you know, if you can get your hands on some, because he's got to eat. He's, you know, wasting away.
Yeah.
But that was a long time ago. And there is pharmaceutical grade things that are like to help with nausea and vomiting from chemotherapy. It doesn't work for every patient.
You're absolutely right, Dana, and I'm sorry for your loss, and I appreciate you listening in Kentucky and appreciate you telling us your story and your husband's story. Wish you the best of luck. It is 6:54 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan is in the newsroom. Joan.
Yeah, we've got the latest information on the Army soldier who shot 5 people at a base in Georgia. Also, ICE agents are getting some high-powered help in Tennessee. We've got those stories coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mark Spain Real Estate. Dan Mandis here. Listen, if you're trying to get out of your home, maybe you found your perfect home, but you've got to sell your current home to get into your new home, your dream home. Mark Spain Real Estate can help you. I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate because I know that they sell their homes hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. They can help you as well. You know, the Wall Street Journal and Real Trends, they have both consistently named Mark Spain Real Estate as a top real estate team in America for closed transactions for 9 years in a row, including being ranked the #1 real estate team in the nation for 5 consecutive years. There's a reason for that. It is the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. All cash offer, no hassle. They are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America with over 13,000 5-star reviews. You can trust my friends to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Find them online. It is markspainrealestate.com. That is markspainrealestate.com. 855-299-SOLD. Mark Spain Real Estate, and start packing. Dan Mandis here for my friends at DT McCall's. I love these folks. I've bought a lot of product, actually, from DT McCall's over the years. A great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans. Great prices, great selection, and terrific value as well. They've been helping out Middle Tennesseans for 3 generations, over 100 years. And if you need it, they've got it at DT McCall's. Indoor furniture, you need some appliances, they are here for you. As far as indoor furniture, yeah, if you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. Appliances, if it plugs in, they've got it. And again, they've always got specials. They are going to save you money. Right there, the front page of their website, they've always got some of those specials going on. Great prices on all the best brands of appliances and furniture. Plus, if you need like a dishwasher, dryer sets, whole bunch more, DT McCall's has it. Again, they've been at it for over 100 years with a focus on customer service. And you don't last that long without doing a lot right. And by the way, if you buy it, they'll deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 5 people are recovering after being shot by a fellow soldier at Fort Stewart in Georgia yesterday. The accused shooter is Sergeant Cornelius Radford. He's now under arrest. So far, no word on a motive for that shooting or how he got a personal weapon onto that base.
He was someone who worked in logistics here at the Army base. The question was whether he used his service weapon, and according to investigators, no, this was his personal handgun that he used, opened fire on his co-workers, and some of these brave soldiers were able to tackle him to the ground and subdue him until authorities got there.
That's Faith Boubere from ABC. Austin Drummond is expected in a West Tennessee courtroom this morning. He's the man who's suspected of killing 4 people and kidnapping a baby. And he was captured after being on the run for a week, keeping people in the town of Jackson on edge.
This guy, if he would do that, you know, there's no telling what he would do. If he's cold-blooded, killed 4 people, he's carrying a rifle, he probably wouldn't hesitate to do it again.
The district attorney telling Channel 4 that Drummond will likely face the death penalty. Governor Bill Lee has given the green light to the Tennessee National Guard, helping ICE agents in the state. They'll take over operations in the office, administrative and clerical duties at the ICE processing facilities. That'll free up ICE agents to capture illegal aliens in the state of Tennessee. The logo for the Department of Homeland Security's new detention center for illegals is getting some attention today. The Speedway Slammer, as it's called. The logo features an AI-generated IndyCar.
The car in the image bears the number 5, the same number as IndyCar driver Pato O'Ward, the only Mexican driver in the IndyCar series. O'Ward responding to the image, saying, "I was just a little bit shocked at the coincidences."
ABC's Andrea Fujiai. IndyCar said in a statement, quote, "We were unaware of the plans to incorporate our imagery." But DHS responded that the car has the ICE image on its side and does not violate anyone's intellectual property rights. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stock futures were higher overnight after President Trump announced that tariffs on products from dozens of countries are now in effect. That includes a 100% tariff on imported computer chips. Investors on Wednesday lifted the Dow Jones 81 points higher to 44,193 at the close. The Standard & Poor's rose 0.75% on the day. The Nasdaq Composite finished ahead by 1.2%, which was enough for a new all-time record. The Nasdaq was helped by promises from Apple to hike its investment in the U.S. by $100 billion and to move more of its supply chain into the United States. Final assembly of iPhones, though, will still take place overseas.
Dow futures this morning are plus 215. The NASDAQ futures up 159. S&P futures, they're ahead by 35. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like you've got some delays this morning on 24 as you're making your way in on the westbound side this morning. Starts around the Smyrna area. Pretty normal delays there. Same thing for 40. Begins backing up this morning as you're making your way in. And it looks like the backup begins right around the TriStar Summit Medical Center area. And same thing, traveling in from the north on 65 and 24. Slow before the merge, slow after the merge. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Hope you are doing well. There is a lot that we have been covering this morning. Of course, it is a tariff day across Middle Tennessee and America and the world. Donald Trump, of course, has been leveling tariffs, and this is a day that the president has long been looking forward to and will continue to monitor the markets. Actually, I didn't listen, Joan, to the futures market. What does it look like right now?
They're looking up, Dan. They're looking really good. As a matter of fact, Dow futures plus 204, NASDAQ futures up 162, S&P futures up 36. Now, they were up higher, but President Trump this morning called for the immediate firing or the stepping down of the CEO of Intel. Let's see. He said the executive is highly conflicted and must resign immediately. There's no other solution for the problem. The Intel CEO was named in March this week. Republican Senator Tom Cotton questioned his ties to Chinese companies.
Oh.
So, yeah, so President Trump sort of laid that bomb down, and the futures are still soaring.
Yeah.
But they're a little bit back from where they were earlier.
So the president posting earlier this morning, he posted on True Social, "It is midnight. Billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the United States of America." So obviously the president, and, you know, to give this full context, and I don't feel like I necessarily have to reset the entire topic every time I talk about tariffs because, I mean, we've all been weaving in and out of this conversation since Donald Trump took office. But one of the things that the president wants to do is he wants to, I think his ultimate goal is to replace income taxes with tariffs.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do.
That's what he said.
That's what he has been saying for a long time. So we'll continue to watch the markets, and of course it opens at 8:30, right, Joan? 8:30?
Yes.
Is when the markets open up here. So we'll keep an eye on all of that as we continue to talk about a whole bunch of stuff here throughout the morning on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So there was, and I don't know for the life of me, CNN. Oh, by the way, CNN is very defensive this morning, Joan. We've got CNN on in the studio. CNN breathlessly reported about this secret meeting with Donald Trump, Donald Trump's higher-ups in the Donald Trump administration, right? So you're talking about J.D. Vance and some other folks. What's her name? Susie Wiles. Susie Wiles is another one. And they were going to have this secret dinner to talk about all things Jeffrey Epstein. And so CNN reports it like this, because I want you to listen to how this sounds. Top Trump administration officials will gather at the vice president's residence Wednesday evening last night as they continue to weigh whether to publish an audio recording and transcript of Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's recent conversation with Jeffrey Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell. And so, I mean, yesterday, it was like everybody thought this was somehow really nefarious. And for the life of me, I don't understand why it would be considered nefarious. Don't they have really a responsibility to the administration and to the American people to have some sort of a consistent message? Don't they have an obligation to the people that voted for Donald Trump to have a consistent message, a coherent message, and something that actually makes some semblance of sense? Because let's all be honest, thus far, the conversation on Epstein from Donald Trump and his administration, it has been an absolute flippin' train wreck. I was glad to hear Joan reporting yesterday that they were going to have some sort of a meeting. And you know what? CNN is reporting. This is the headline right now on CNN. Epstein strategy meeting canceled because of media coverage. Really? Now, if they did decide to cancel this meeting because of media coverage, I would ask, why the hell would you cancel it? You need a consistent and coherent message regarding Epstein. You haven't had one since this whole thing broke when Pam Bondi decided that it would be a good idea to say, oh, yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, he committed suicide and there is no list. And the Trump administration absolutely melted down. And so I don't think there is a bad way to talk about this, whether it is a meeting in the Oval Office, a meeting wherever, or a off-site dinner at J.D. Vance's house, the vice president's residence. There is no problem with that whatsoever. And if it is true that there was a dinner and they canceled it because of intense media scrutiny, well, to heck with the media. Who cares what they think? Because the media, they were positioning this and portraying this as somehow something nefarious. And it's not. They're talking about next steps, and that is what they need to do. This is what the president said when he was asked about this yesterday.
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man right here.
I saw it reported today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think the reporter who reported it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country, and that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit.
That's what he said. That's what the president said. Total BS. So Trump is denying all of this. You heard J.D. Vance say, and he was clearly taking a shot at CNN where, he's saying, well, the reporters might want to find new sources. But this is, at least to me, a very big deal if there is a dinner scheduled and they canceled it, because they all do need to be on the same page. Because this, at least to me, is a black eye on the Trump administration. It absolutely is. And they do need to get their act together, or their S together, as Donald Trump might say. Is there anything wrong, Joan? Am I missing something here? Where it's like, okay, they're going to have a dinner at J.D. Vance's house to talk about strategizing. Why is there anything wrong with that? Like, what am I missing?
Not at all. No, I mean, first of all, and I think you've said it before, you may have just said it actually, they haven't had a clear message on this from the beginning.
Correct.
They've stumbled over every approach.
You want to talk about being late for dinner?
Oh, yeah. Jerome Powell's not the only too late. So, yeah, they really didn't have this figured out before. So, yeah, they need to get it together, because it's not just that it's not just the way they answer it, but it's the way the media will put it into a frame.
Yeah, they'll frame, the media will frame anything that they do at this point as either they're like pro-pedophile, pro-Epstein, pro-non-transparency. That's what the media is doing. So, and like it or not, I mean, I would say this to anybody. When these things happen, you need to have a strategy. You need to have a messaging strategy. That doesn't mean you're trying to hide something.
Right.
It means that you need to have your messaging straight. And you need to think about what you're going to say, and everybody's got to be on the same page. I like what somebody said on the super text line. Does CNN not have staff meetings? Well, from what I understand, the
Yes.
staff meetings are getting smaller all the time.
Can they afford to have staff meetings?
Going to say. By the way, real quickly, then I am going to move on. There's a couple of things at play here. Number one, is the White House going to release the transcripts of that conversation between the DOJ's Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell? Word is that right now they're digitizing and transcribing this 10-hour interview. They may send Blanche out to do a press conference, or, as I said earlier, Todd Blanche may sit down with a podcaster, Joe Rogan. His name has come up, and I think that is huge because that shows a fearlessness and that shows a level of transparency that really is mandated in this kind of a situation. Because Joe Rogan has said, and y'all know that Rogan was instrumental in Donald Trump getting elected, and Rogan has been very strong on this issue. And he has said that he doesn't feel like the administration is being forthright and transparent with this whole Epstein thing. And so Rogan has said that this is a deal breaker for him. And so I think it would be really smart for the Trump administration at Todd Blanche to sit down and face Joe Rogan, because Rogan will be fearless. It is 7:16 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads. As far as your weather goes today, it's going to be a nice day, hot day. It's going to be cloudy, a high of 91, possible storms as well. And the feels like temperature is going to be up towards 100 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as, I feel like I should play some more audio. I pulled so much audio from the interview that Matt Murphy did with Senator Marsha Blackburn, and also that Chris Hand did with John Rose. I've actually not even scratched the surface of all of the audio and it's a very important thing. You know, I think that there's a lot of folks out there that maybe are undecided on who they're going to vote for. They did, by the way, talk about January 7th. January 6th. Why did I say January 7th? Good God.
Well, it was the day after.
Yeah, it was. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Whatever. All right, so let's see here. Let me play Marsha Blackburn's. I'm going to play Marsha Blackburn's first, all right? So this is Senator Marsha Blackburn. The question was January 6th. This was her answer.
Sure. You know, and January 6th was that ceremonial vote, and basically that process was over. At that point, we went in, we signed papers to object, and then you had the issues of the day. I think we all trust President Trump and how he moved forward with the pardons from individuals that were involved in that day. That's his right. That was a decision he made. That is something that you support.
That was her answer. Now, I'm going to be honest. I've listened to that like 5 times. And Joan, you were with me. We tried to decipher that answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, what did she just say?
So if word salad could be applied to a Republican politician, that was word salad.
So should I play one more time to see if people can decipher it?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So this is Marsha Blackburn, Senator Marsha Blackburn, one more time. And this is because a lot of people, just to put this in the proper context, a lot of people are angry with the fact that she voted to certify the election, so on and so forth. And they say that they will not vote for her because of it. And this was, and by the way, I didn't do any editing on this. This is literally her entire answer, 36 seconds.
Sure. You know, and January 6th was that ceremonial vote, and basically that process was over. At that point, we went in, we signed papers to object, and then you had the issues of the day. I think we all trust President Trump and how he moved forward with the pardons from individuals that were involved in that day. That's his right. That was a decision he made. That is something that you support.
So I think what she's trying to say is that Donald Trump has moved on. He pardoned all those J6ers, as we all know that he did, and I thought that was a great thing. And I think she's trying to say that Donald Trump has moved on. That's kind of what I've been saying too, where, listen, Senator Marsha Blackburn has been very supportive and very much in step with the president of the United States. And so there's a lot of people that will say, well, she betrayed Donald Trump by certifying the election, by voting to certify the election. Well, okay, that is true, and I'm not defending her. I'm just trying to say, because I'm paid to give my opinion, I think that Trump has forgiven her, and those two have worked very well together. So I think that she feels like everybody should, anyway, move on. It is interesting, too, because when you look at that moment in time, you have the likes of Ted Cruz and Ron Johnson and other senators who were part of that initial rebellion in the Senate. And they continue to this day to have great careers, and they continue to be Donald Trump's biggest champions and biggest advocates. You know who else was on that list? I forgot about this. John Kennedy was on that list of rebellious senators. Senator Haggerty as well. What did you want to say, Sam?
Just her use of the word ceremonial. I mean, I thought that was an official proceeding. Isn't that what they charged people with?
It is an official proceeding. John Rose. Now, this is what John Rose had to say. He has been running for... Dang it. John Rose was on Chris's show, and this is what he said about January 6th.
On January 6th, when all the chips were on the table, I objected to the electoral count in 6 states, and my opponent did not. And I think that's maybe the ultimate differentiator in terms of who's going to support the president, who is for the conservative agenda to restore the greatness of America.
So you hear what he did there. So the question that Chris put to him was, what is the biggest differentiation between you and Senator Blackburn? He threw that out there. Like, I don't think Chris, and I may be mistaken, I don't think that I am, but Chris didn't ask specifically about January 6th. It was on his list of things to ask, but Rose just threw it out there. That is, he says, one of the biggest differentiations between he and Senator Blackburn. And he threw down that gauntlet. So I don't know how big of a deal January 6th is to anyone. I know that for some people in the audience, it is a very, very, very big deal. Other people in the audience, hey, you know what? You want to change the super text question real quick on YouTube?
Sure.
Let's do, how big of a deal is January 6th to you? You're going to have to frame this. How big of a deal is January 6th to you regarding the gubernatorial election in the state of Tennessee? You have Senator Blackburn, who voted to confirm, and you have John Rose, who ultimately did not. And so that is a big differential between these two candidates running for governor. All right.
You want the conclusion of our first poll?
Real quick, go.
71% yes.
71% say that medicinal marijuana should be legal here in the state of Tennessee. All right, 724. Joan, do you think some medicinal marijuana would help me with my voice when it goes like that?
Probably not.
No, but it'd probably make me feel a lot better about it. Anyway, Joan, what is coming? What did you say?
Oh, I didn't say a thing, Dan.
No. People are talking to me on my headphones. Everybody stop. So John Rose called. What does he want to say? Oh, maybe he wants to come on and talk about the medicinal marijuana
I think that would be fantastic.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be great. All right, well, let's call him back, and I would love to hear from him. And Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Got a little hint about what Governor Bill Lee will and will not be doing once he's out of office. Of course, he's term limited. Also, President Trump is ordering a new census. We've got details about that.
Love that story.
Like an incredible story.
Here's my question, though.
Yeah.
How quickly can they get that done?
Well, they're going to have to get it done really quickly because this will matter for it. I don't think it'll get done in time for the midterms.
Oh, too bad.
Clearly, it will matter, however, for the next presidential election.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Also coming up, we do have some video that we're going to play on the YouTube feed and also, obviously, audio for the radio, where Stephen Colbert had the governor for the state of Illinois, J.D. Pritzker, on his show, and he confronted him about the gerrymandering in Illinois. I've got that for you at some point here in the radio broadcast on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. And, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. It is back to school time, and that does mean that Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is bringing the buzz with huge savings and sweet giveaways as well. Now, if you've got septic issues, now is the time to get it fixed. Get 15% off any septic work, main drain lines, or whole home repipes. Yes, you heard that right, 15% off. You can upgrade your HVAC system and get entered to win the Healthy Hive giveaway, a $1,500 sponsorship to the local school of your choice. Now, you join the Beehive Club, and you can gift a free membership to a local teacher, coach, or faculty member. You buy one, gift one. It is just that simple. Breathe easier with $100 off indoor air quality products as well. The savings go on and on with Busy Bee. Call them to get started, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime at busybeehvac.com. Dan Mendes here for Specialty Coatings. Listen, if you are a business owner, you got concrete floors that need a little, maybe a lot of love, Specialty Coatings, they can help you. They specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete. They've been doing it for 30 years. So, yeah, this is the company that can help you. You've probably walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings. They've done all the major sports stadiums and arenas and convention centers as well. You know, just last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville, they installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Tennessee. Now, those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, and airplane hangars as well, retail, and a lot more. Now, Specialty Coatings, they're not some fly-by-night company. You know, a couple of guys show up with a bucket and a roller. No. Specialty Coatings, they've got the equipment and the skilled installers. So your job is going to be on time and on budget. So no matter how bad your floor looks, Specialty Coatings, they can fix it. And each project is customized to your building and your needs. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-591-9491. You can email them, sales@specialtycoat.com. And you can also find them online, see all kinds of great examples of their work, specialtycoat.com.
Good morning. It's now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A technical glitch forced American Airlines to ground all of its flights nationwide last night, creating a cascade of delays and cancellations. It's extended well into this morning.
At major hubs served by United Airlines, thousands of passengers got the bad news.
We don't know when we're going to be able to board and when we're going to be able to leave.
The problem was with the computer system that calculates the weight and balance of United aircraft, a crucial component in flight safety. After finally landing in Houston, Benjamin Fuentes took it in stride.
Things happen, I get it, but it's been a long day.
Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Changes are coming to Nashville that could lead to more duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, and smaller scale apartment buildings in areas traditionally zoned for single-family homes. Channel 4's Brendan Tierney reports Metro Planning is holding a series of public meetings on this matter.
The proposal looks to replace a lot of Nashville's single-family neighborhood zoning with more density. It's part of the housing and infrastructure study that found the city is projected to be short at least 20,000 homes over the next decade. This new phase of the project is trying to look past large apartment buildings and tall and skinnies to find a way for more people to live in a community without changing how it feels. Most of the changes will be next to major roads and in neighborhoods with single-family homes right next to business districts.
We've got new information about the lawsuit filed against Uncle Nearest by its lender. In a 700-page court filing, Farm Credit Mid-America says the owners, Keith and Fawn Weaver, failed to pay principal and interest payments on multiple occasions and used loan money intended for Uncle Nearest to buy a home in Martha's Vineyard. The Weavers deny those reports. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here for the Glock store. And yes, Congressman John Rose is holding, so we'll have a quick conversation with him about a couple of things that were not covered with his great interview with Chris Hand. We're going to talk about that. A couple of things with Congressman Rose coming up next on WTN. Dan Mandis here for the Glock store. Now, listen, today you know that most guns come optic ready right out of the box. Glock store, they call it MOS for Modular Optic System. But what if you bought your Glock before optics were the big thing? Does that mean that you're left out or you need to buy a new Glock? Now, that answer, of course, no. Lenny McGill always has your back when it comes to all things Glock. Out of their 16 CNC machines, 3 of them are dedicated to cutting Glock slides to precisely fit the red or green dot optic of your choice, and they'll do it in 10 days or less. Now, because you can just go to the store and drop it off, sometimes it's actually a lot less when you go to the Glock store. And unlike the optic-ready Glocks, which rely on adapter plates to fit a variety of optics, your optic is going to sit lower, be more secure, and be more accurate because you went to the Glock store. The Glock store has cut over 20,000 customer slides, and every one of them has been perfect. Now, that's good. They're great that way. Now, if you've never shot a Glock with an optic, remember, only $6.99 gets you a 10-round sample pack. And I got to tell you, this is a great company. And if you decide to buy that sample pack, you can shoot any gun in their rental center. That is the Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Dan Mandis here, and the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 generator dealer. Now get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring. They are not going to leave you in the dark. And yeah, financing is available as well. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. .737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Congressman John Rose, of course, he wants to be Tennessee's next governor. And Congressman, you were listening to our thank you for calling in. You were listening to our conversation regarding J6 and the differences. We're all talking here amongst each other, amongst ourselves, about the differences between you and Senator Blackburn, who is also, of course, running. And I played the senator's answer on January 6th. And, of course, everyone knows there was the violence. And then the Senate, Senator Blackburn, among others, decided they would vote to certify the election of Joe Biden. And this was her response. I want to play this for you, and you have a response to this. So this was Senator Blackburn's complete answer.
Sure. You know, and January 6th was that ceremonial vote. And basically, that process was over. At that point, we went in, we signed papers to object, and then you had the issues of the day. I think we all trust President Trump and how he moved forward with the pardons from individuals that were involved in that day. That's his right. That was a decision he made. That is something that you support.
So that was 36 seconds, Congressman Rose, and you wanted to respond to that?
Well, sure. I think the noteworthy thing there in her answer is that what we were doing on January 6th, the Congress's role in certifying the election back in on January 6th of 2021 was not ceremonial. We were fulfilling a constitutional duty. And as prescribed under the Electoral Count Act of 1887, which was the law at that time, and had we objected, had sufficient numbers of members of Congress objected and voted to object to the count, that would have potentially put the election in play. And there is a procedure spelled out there that would have done that. So I and others who objected, I think, understood what was going on that day, that it was not a ceremonial process, but it was actually an opportunity, as spelled out in the law at that time, for Congress to decide whether the various states had conducted the election appropriately. And I think the history gives us the context that there were problems with the 2020 election. And we see that, I think, in the context that comes to bear when we see how the election of 2024, and particularly when you look at the 2020 election, in light of 2016 and 2024, we can see, I think, very starkly that there were problems in 2020. And some of us looked at that, felt like there should be a further addressing of that, and that was what we were doing on January 6th. It was not a ceremonial process, but a real chance for the members of Congress, as set out in the Constitution and as directed by the Electoral Count Act that governed that process at the time, to take a serious look at the process of how we count electoral votes and whether or not the states had conducted elections appropriately.
Yeah,
so I think she's just misplaced in her attempt to answer why she then did not object. And she had committed that she would object and then failed to do so on when push came to shove on January 6th.
I think if I remember correctly, I mean, and everything you say is correct. One of the things that happened is they were objecting. There was the violence, and then I think the senators, by and large, decided to move on and go ahead and certify. You, though, held firm. You objected in 6 states, citing widespread concern from constituents over election integrity. And yeah, you never did back off. Can you tell me, Congressman Rose, about that day and the pressure that perhaps you felt from some in Washington, D.C., to sign on to certify the election? Was there a lot of pressure?
I think it was the darkest day for our president, frankly, and there were those who thought after the break into the Capitol occurred that maybe he'd gone too far and that they needed to back down, and some did. That was, I think, the real moment when, you have to decide, what do you believe? Who do you support? Do you support the president's vision for restoring the greatness of America? Do you support free and fair elections in our country? You have to stand up or you have to fold, and some folded. But there were, in total, 147 Republican members of Congress that voted to object to one or more of the state's electoral counts that day. And those are the true patriots, I believe, who stood with the president in the darkest hour, were able to look past the exigencies of the moment and make a principled decision about what they should do to stand up for freedom and democracy.
John Rose is on the line, a last-minute conversation reacting to Senator Marsha Blackburn and her comments regarding January 6th. How would you define your relationship with President Trump? We were sort of musing earlier. It was in the 5 o'clock hour, so you probably were not awake yet. But we were musing earlier, talking about who President Trump would endorse, either you or Senator Blackburn. And I'm just curious if you have heard from the president, what your relationship with him is like. I think it is abundantly clear that you are pro-MAGA. But tell me about your relationship with President Trump.
Well, I've had a very good relationship with the president going all the way back to his first run. I supported him then, endorsed him in all 3 of his elections. He has endorsed me in all 4 of my elections. I've run for public office 4 times and won each time, and was so thrilled to have the president's support each time that I've run for office. And as you've heard me say on the show, I ran for Congress back in 2018 because I was worried about a Congress that was not supporting the president in his vision for restoring the greatness of America. And, came to Washington, went to Washington at that time trying to be helpful in that. As we all know, and as we remember in 2017 and 18, Republicans controlled the House and the Senate. But unfortunately, the Republican delegations in those 2 bodies at that time, I don't think were fully on board with the president. And I think history shows that. And I was frustrated. I know many stalwart Republicans and stalwart supporters of the president agree with that. And that's why I went, because I wanted to be there and help get our country back on track. And that's why I'm so thrilled now that last November 5th, the American people gave us the opportunity to take a second crack at that, and so proud to be in Washington, and glad to have now I think the vast majority, overwhelming majority of our elected Republicans are on board now, unfortunately, they weren't during that first term in office of the president, and their voting records reflect that. And so I came to Washington to help the president, and am proud of my record of supporting him, including, and I think most notably, being there at the darkest moment on January 6th and standing up for making sure that our elections are run appropriately in this country.
Let's talk a little bit about, and just very briefly, because I know this was a last-minute conversation, but so President Trump, of course, as you know, just some state business now, the president wants to eliminate the Department of Education, those funds going back to the state of Tennessee and all the states, of course. And if you were governor for the state of Tennessee, obviously education would be a very big priority in your administration if you were elected as governor.
Absolutely, and from my visits with Tennesseans over the last year, that's the number one issue that Tennesseans point to. We simply have to prepare our kids for the jobs and the opportunities of the future. And Tennessee has had that as a priority for a long time. Each of our governors in my adult lifetime have made that a priority. And we've made progress, and we are making progress, but we are not where we need to be. And so if I'm hired to be the next governor of Tennessee, I will make that my number one priority. And one of the things that I've pledged there is that if the Tennesseans pick me to be their governor, I will appoint a commissioner of education who has spent time teaching in a Tennessee public school classroom. And I think that's important because today 90% of our kids are going to graduate from public schools. They're coming through the public school system. And so we have to get that right. And our teachers deserve to know that they have a governor who wants someone helping to lead that effort, who has experienced it firsthand and who has that firsthand perspective of the challenges that our teachers face. And there's no substitute for getting that experience. And I'm not taking a cheap shot at anyone because I think we've had competent people, but we need to send a message. One of the things I've learned as a leader in small businesses is that you lead by example and you establish, trust with people by showing them that you place trust in them. And so that's why I'm making that pledge, is because I want the teachers across the state to understand that their leaders understand the challenges they face and are willing to confront them with that full knowledge and understanding.
And that does make a lot of sense, and I appreciate that sentiment, and I know a lot of other people do as well that are listening. Governor Lee, the National Guard has been now utilized and deployed to help deal with illegal immigration in the state. Assuming you're okay with that?
Well, absolutely. I think that the governor should do everything they can to help enforce the laws of this country. And, as public officials, we take an oath of office, and those oaths include an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of our country and our state. And if a local official, they take a similar oath. And so I think the governor is honoring that oath. And I think we should see all of our leaders do everything they can to help uphold our laws, and including our immigration laws. And we know that the prior president has put us in a really bad spot by letting millions of illegals come into our country. And I think Governor Lee is doing the right thing by assisting in every way he can to help the president resolve those problems.
I hate that I have to ask this next question, Congressman Rose, but some have called into the radio station and made mention of the age difference between you and your wife. And so I just want people to hear it from you, your relationship with your wife and when you met, how long you courted, when you got married and all that, because I know that there is quite of an age difference between you and your wife. And so, and some people have said some not very nice things. So I want to give you a chance to characterize how you and your wife met and talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Well, first of all, I'll take a point of personal privilege, if I might, and wish Chelsea a happy birthday. This is her birthday, and so
Nice.
Happy birthday, Chelsea. And thank you for letting me do that. I am 24 years older than Chelsea. Same age difference, incidentally, between Melania and President Trump. And we have a wonderful marriage. We've been married almost 15 years, coming up on 15 years of marriage, and we've got two wonderful sons, Guy and Sam, and just could not be more blessed in the relationship that we have. She is my rock and my secret weapon and my supporter, and I would just tell all of your listeners, if you elect me to be governor, it's a 2-for-1 deal. And actually the free piece that you get with this, the free addition you get with this is Chelsea, and it's better than the thing that you're buying if you hire me as governor. So, and people will see that over the coming year, and I think those who've met Chelsea already understand that. You know, years ago, I was in FFA, Future Farmers of America, and had a great experience there. And I back up to say this, and I may be using too much time, but after I was out of FFA, I continued to support the FFA organization financially and as a volunteer. And so we fast forward to along about 2007, and in a volunteer capacity, is first where I met and became aware of Chelsea. She was a standout star in the FFA from the Eagleville chapter over in Rutherford County. And so I became aware of her like I've met literally hundreds, thousands of FFA members through the years. Fast forward 2 or 3 years, and I get a call, an interesting call one day. And so in my role as a volunteer, I didn't have a tremendous amount of contact with her. I just was aware of who she was and saw how she was progressing in the FFA. We didn't have a relationship. We were not close. We didn't spend tremendous time together other than at events where I would see her in her role as an FFA member and in whatever official role I might have been in or volunteer role. But there came a day when I got a call from Chelsea, and she said, "I'm interested in you, and I would like to date you." So she asked for that date, and
Wow.
I turned her down.
Atta girl.
That has never happened to me, like, ever.
And I was to say the least taken aback, flabbergasted, maybe a better word, by that. And you should have her on sometime. She'll tell you the story, but from her perspective. But I told her that's a really bad idea. There's a big age difference between us, and that wouldn't be a good situation. And I persisted in that for months. But she was very persistent, and I'll spare all the details, but ultimately I said, "Well, what do your parents think about this?" And she said, "Well, they've recommended against it, but they've ultimately told me we want you to be happy, and so we will support you in whatever you choose to do." And so I said, "Well, I'd like to meet your parents." And so we arranged for that to happen, and I met her parents, and they expressed the similar views I had about maybe this not being a good idea. But Chelsea was very persistent, and so they said, "But we want our daughter to be happy, and we'll support what she decides to do." Ultimately, we went out on a date, and it was, I guess, easy to fall in love with Chelsea at that time, and we did, and we had a very short engagement and got married in January of 2011. So coming up on our 15th anniversary, and never regretted a moment of that. There's a big age difference, but she's a very mature young lady, and could not be prouder of her, and certainly can't be any happier with the children that we've got, the great sons that we've got that are going to be the 9th generation of my family to hopefully live here in Tennessee and farm the same farm that my ancestors came here and started in 1790.
Well, Congressman, I that's such a great story, and I appreciate you answering that question. And I don't know, I've only got about 30 to 45 seconds left. Do you have any parting shots? You want to give us your 45-second elevator pitch for John Rose for governor?
Well, sure. So I am a Christian, a husband, a father, a conservative outsider, a farmer, and a businessman. And the job of being governor of Tennessee is an executive job, not a legislative job. And I have that experience from taking businesses from the idea phase to success, creating scores of jobs in this state, signing the front side of a paycheck, taking a vision and seeing it become reality and providing the leadership for that. And that's the job of being governor of Tennessee. I've learned a lot as a legislator. I'm not a career legislator, and I'm coming home at the end of my current term that I'm going to finish out on January 3rd, 2027. But I think I've got more to offer to Tennessee, and I hope the people of Tennessee will give me a chance to tell them about myself and for them to learn about me, and hopefully they will choose me to be their next governor.
Let me ask you.
I'll probably ask for their vote and support.
Congressman, and guys, I know Joan and Sam, I know I'm running late, but people are asking me to ask you to clarify the marijuana issue. I played all the audio earlier, but people want it clarified. So you are anti-legalization of marijuana. You're anti-legalization of medicinal marijuana. And if there was a lot of polling out there that said that folks were for medicinal marijuana, it came to your desk. If it was passed through the state legislature yesterday on the Chris Hand Show, you did say that you would veto such a measure. Is that correct?
That's right. I think that medical marijuana and recreational marijuana would be a huge mistake for our state. I think it's a huge mistake for our country where it has been done, and I would veto that legislation. And, of course, I would live with whatever the legislature ultimately decided to do with that, but I think it's a bad idea. I've studied it carefully. I've asked countless medical professionals and law enforcement professionals about this. I've done the reading about the science on it, and I am convinced that this is not a good path for America to go down. And so I think there may be some, efficacious materials in marijuana, contents in marijuana, active ingredients, but we should medicinalize those just as we've done in many, many other areas if there are benefits that can be had there. So I would actually favor allowing some research to happen there to determine whether, the positive impacts that some have experienced or have, feel they have experienced from marijuana, if we can isolate why that is and turn that into medicine, I think that would be a good idea.
So,
and something we shouldn't be afraid of.
It sounds like there's just a little bit of a crack there where you may have a bit of an open mind or might think about having an open mind.
Well, I think what I'm saying is, there are those who swear by, the medical benefits that they've received, pain killing and other things. And so, we have been doing this for literally hundreds of years. We've been identifying substances and extracting the materials or the active ingredients that are useful, and we can do that with marijuana. We have not done as much research there because it was scheduled in such a way that it's not been easy to do that research legally, and so we should let that happen. Absolutely. We should look at everything out there, to see if there are positive impacts that can be and as human beings, we've learned a lot, and of course, a lot of those have come from home remedies where prior generations of people have realized, this actually works. And so if that's true here, then we should figure that out. Absolutely. There's no reason to stick our head in the sand about that. Right. But I think legalizing the smoking of marijuana, which has many other deleterious impacts and effects, is not the answer. And I think we have ample evidence to see that.
All right, Congressman, thank you for playing along and answering my questions, and appreciate you calling in. I got a lot of information there, and hope to talk to you again soon.
Very good. Love to do it anytime. Appreciate you.
All right, we'll see you. We'll see you later. All right. Boy, we're running so late.
Yeah, but that was an exceptionally great conversation to have.
So some people are appreciative of the fact that I hated that question, but about the conversation about he and his wife, because people are accusing him of starting to date her at like the age of 17.
I saw somebody use the word groomer.
Okay,
so ridiculous.
Well, I thought that it was ridiculous too. First of all, there's nothing wrong with and I can't do the math, but I mean, it sounds like she was about 21, 22 years old when she, started, pursuing on John Rose. And I mean, I don't know why that's a problem for anyone. Why is that a problem? There's no problem with that whatsoever.
The age difference is 24 years. Caroline Leavitt and her husband, the White House press secretary, 32 years difference between them. These things happen.
Well, they do. There's 17 years between me and my wife. All right.
There you
we have got to figure this out as far as our time. So where are we at, Sam? Sam is like
We're like down on
apoplectic.
commercials.
Do you want me to start playing, do a live spot? You're just going to go to spots. Go to recorded. All right, go. Dan Mandis here for Vision for Life. Now, this is the place, my eyes were a mess when I was thinking about getting vision correction surgery. And so I went to go speak to Dr. Horn and all the pros at Vision for Life. They did a great job with my vision correction surgery. Now, like a lot of you, I thought all vision surgeries were the same. I thought that everything was just LASIK. But after doing my research, I learned that Vision for Life, they offer a variety of advanced procedures tailored to each patient's unique needs. Now, Dr. Horn doesn't just restore your vision. He restores your confidence and your freedom. Freedom from glasses, contacts, and yes, those pesky struggles like driving at night or reading small print. So check them out today. Vision for Life, 20 years of providing 20/20 vision by scheduling your consultation. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com.
morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories now that Senator Marsha Blackburn is officially running for governor of Tennessee. What's to become of term-limited Governor Bill Lee?
I'm not running for Senate, if that's what you're asking.
So will he endorse Marsha? He spoke to Channel 4.
She's a great leader for our country, and I'm proud that she stepped into the race. I'm proud that we've got good candidates that are willing. We need people that are willing to step up and serve, and so I'm excited for her.
Blackburn could become the state's first female governor. News out of the Kremlin this morning. That's the official announcement from Russian state news that Russian President Vladimir Putin has agreed to a meeting with President Donald Trump. No specific date or place has yet been mentioned. President Trump says he wants the census to reflect a true count of Americans.
First term, President Trump aimed to add a citizenship question to the 2020 census. The move was blocked in the courts. Now he says he's directing the Commerce Department to begin working on what he calls a new and highly accurate census that would exclude people in the country illegally. The Constitution says the House is apportioned based on the whole number of persons in each state.
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Bank of England just slashed interest rates by 25 basis points this morning. It's now at 4% there. And the stock futures here this morning soaring. We've got Dow futures up 224, NASDAQ futures up 186, S&P futures gaining 40. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:06, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. The Wellness Institute of Nashville, they helped me with my chronic back neck pain. They can help you as well. Right now, they've got a great deal going on. $12 for a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. Just $12 from the Wellness Institute of Nashville. So listen, if you're like me, way back when, if you've got back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, the Wellness Institute of Nashville, they can help you with their non-surgical spinal decompression therapy. No surgery, no spinal injections, no painkillers as well. Check them out. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. 8:10, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I know, Joan, I'm way off clock.
So off clock.
I could just hear the program director now saying, Mandis, what are you doing?
He doesn't listen. Don't worry.
You know, the great thing is I know for a fact that he was listening yesterday when I cracked a really good joke for one time in a year. Hopefully that'll make it into a promo.
So he thinks that you do make good jokes then?
Yeah, well, the one that I cracked yesterday, which I don't even remember what it was, but he thought that was rather comical, as a matter of fact.
Well, what a fortuitous moment.
Sure, they come every once in a while. What is it, a blind squirrel in a nut?
Right, yeah.
Anyway, you want to do some fun with audio, Joan?
Okay.
Because I feel like I have not just... So, truth be told, here's what I walked into today. Now, Joan, you know what I walked into today. Here's what I walked into today. I had 2 interviews scheduled today, and both of them canceled.
Guess you're not all that popular, are you?
Oh, boy. I'm not popular at all, Joan. And so both my interviews canceled.
Yeah.
And so
you're left with nothing.
Well, I mean, I have a lot of stuff, but I usually like to prepare more. So I like to play fun with audio because I could just play audio and Joan and Sam and I could just kind of react to it.
Yeah.
Now, I was surprised. President Trump was asked yesterday, and by the way, I have not heard this audio. That's the whole point, fun with audio. And so we can all just react. Now, Trump dropped the BS bomb yesterday, and I was able to catch that and tone it. But he was in a cursing kind of mood yesterday, apparently. So you know how to dump. You're still new, Sam, but you know how to dump the dump delay? All right, good.
It's a big red button.
Because we all know the president has this, you're either going to launch some nukes or dump the delay. This is President Trump. He was asked about Elon Musk, and did he and Elon make up?
I'm wondering, do you miss having him around the White House, or is that poll accurate?
I don't know if the poll's accurate. I think he's a good person. I think he had a bad moment.
Wait, hold on. So I gotta set this up. And earlier I was talking about the poll where Elon Musk is the most hated man in America. And I forget what the numbers were, but it was like, can you look that up?
61%.
61% say that Elon Musk is their most hated person in America. So, I mean, I was surprised by that. But then again, I'm not, because you've got Republicans that hate him, and you've got liberals that hate him too. Liberals hate him because of his relationship with Trump and Doge and all that. And Republicans hate him because he has been fighting with Donald Trump. But there have been a couple of posts, and Joan, you and I have talked about this. There have been a couple of Elon Musk posts where he has been very supportive of Donald Trump online after saying he was on the Epstein list. So this is Donald Trump talking about Elon Musk and whether he and Elon have made up.
I'm wondering, do you miss having him around the White House, or is that poll accurate?
I don't know if the poll's accurate. I think he's a good person. I think he had a bad moment, really bad moment, but he's a good person. I believe that.
President Trump, are you keeping that 10 to 12-day deadline?
All right, so that is Donald Trump, and he basically saying that Elon had a bad moment. I like that. Because, you know, it's interesting. Donald Trump has this reputation where it's like, once you're out of the club, you're out of the club, right? Kick him out, no coat. And
I think he's been gracious on a number of occasions.
Yes.
He's been gracious with Marsha Blackburn, for heaven's sakes.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's like all those senators that chose, I mean, I listed some of them. You got John Kennedy, you got Ted Cruz, you got Marsha Blackburn, a couple of others. And so the president has welcomed them back into the fold. And as you say, Joan, he's been very gracious. And he always, that's the thing that I don't understand about the left is they'll talk about how Donald Trump demands a loyalty decree or whatever it is. That is simply not true. If he did, then Marsha Blackburn and Senator Kennedy and Ted Cruz and all these other folks, they wouldn't be part of the Trump club. And they are some of his most fierce supporters. They are some of his most fierce advocates. So I think that people that say that kind of stuff, they're just dumb. And I think that Trump, you know, by and large, I think that he has very good conservatives all around him. It's 8:15. We're going to continue to play Trump, fun with audio. Do you have anything else to say about that particular clip? Joan? No? By the way, it should also be mentioned that, and we talked about this in the midst of another discussion, that Elon Musk has started donating to Republican PACs, which is weird.
Times. Yeah, three times he's done a $5 million donation.
Which is odd because he, of course, is wanting to support that, America Party, which I think that, is it official that thing is dead in the water?
Well, let's look it up. Is it called America Party? Is that what he called it?
Is that what it was called, Sam? The America Party?
Yeah, the America Party.
Yeah, and I haven't heard anything about it. I know that he's trying to keep his nose to the grindstone. By the way,
New America Party.
Yeah.
The New America Party.
Listen, if three news junkies like us have no idea what's going on with it, then clearly there's nothing going on with it. By the way, I am being called to the carpet for another thing that I did this morning. We'll talk about that straight ahead. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
Hermitage, Central Pike. We've got an accident at the 40 ramp. Watch for emergency crews on the scene. Bellevue, Old Hickory Boulevard, also an accident at 40. No problems on 24 or 65. No unusual delays on 440. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather goes, partly cloudy today, a high of 91, and possible storms. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. A lot of people reacting to my X post this morning when I told people, whatever you do not look at my X feed this morning. You cannot unsee what I posted on X this morning.
And unfortunately, I reposted the really awful.
Yeah. I'm
image.
sorry. You know what? I did on the post. I did apologize in advance for said post.
I have a separate apology, and it's to Lizzo.
Lizzo?
Yeah.
Okay.
The AI generated image of Hillary is scarier than the Lizzo in jeans.
Okay. Well, there you go. And by the way, how would you describe that post that I made? It is Hillary Clinton, and it says Hillary's got bad genes, and it's just a very train wrecky version of Hillary Clinton.
If you show up unalived tomorrow, we know why.
Yeah.
It's exactly right. Hey, very good. Janine Pirro was talking about the attack on Big Balls. You know, the guy that worked in Doge.
I get it.
You folks
now.
knew what I meant by that, right? All right. Here's Janine Pirro, fun with audio. And what did she have to say on Fox News about bad people in Washington, D.C. and around the country?
This young kid who worked at the White House was beaten to a pulp. He's got a broken nose. He's got a severe concussion. He's battered all over his head, by a gang of punks. 10 of them, I believe. 2 have been arrested, 2 15-year-olds. None of them come to my office, Laura, because they're not considered criminals. They go to family court where the effort is rehabilitation. The D.C. Council, and the president is right, they've got to stop their coddling. Number one, we've got to lower the age of responsibility to 14.
Absolutely.
I'm tired of having these kids commit crimes in their crews, not gangs in D.C.
And let me just say this. So you got a 14-year-old that participates in an attempted carjacking and the absolute beatdown of a man, 10 of them, on one guy. You going to bring in the parents to try to talk some sense into the kids? The parents are the reason the kids are like this. The parents are not going to do diddly or squat, as a matter of fact. And I'm just telling you from, watching this kind of stuff for a long time. More than likely, there's no father in the house, and I don't know what's going on with the mother, but these packs of kids are running the streets of, you name the Democrat-run city, and they're doing abhorrent things. And I've gone on and on about a lack of fathers in the black community, so I don't need to go through that again. But fact of the matter is that this is something that we see literally everywhere. And these bad guys are turning into, they're all kids, 13, 14, 15 years old. I don't even want to call them kids because they're not. And I don't believe that they're teenagers, but I believe that the justice system should treat them as adults.
There was the 3 kids in New Mexico that stole that car and ran over 63-year-old Scott Habermel, who he died as a result of his injuries.
When was that? I don't even...
Last year, a couple of years ago, they were 2 of them were arrested, 11, 13, and 15. They've all been charged with first-degree homicide. but it hasn't been known whether or not the 11 and 13-year-old will be tried as adults.
Should an 11-year-old, Joan, be tried as an adult? That's awfully young. I'm listening to myself scream.
He was recording it when it happened.
Okay, then he should be charged as an adult.
He thought it was funny and told the guy driving to bump him.
Oh, that's right. I remember that story. That's exactly right. All right, here's more from Janine Pirro.
We've got an intern. You said it in your open. He's an intern from college. He gets shot going out for McDonald's at 10:30 at night. This kid is trying to help his girlfriend or his friend to a car. He gets assaulted, and but for a cop going by, they would have, had they gotten him on the ground, they would have stopped him and finished him. He was able to stay standing. This has to end. The council has this Youth Incarceration Act where we had a guy who shot a kid on a bus, not justified, with an illegal gun. You know what the sentence was? Probation. The judge said go to college.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah, she was on fire.
Okay, he took an illegal gun. He should be jailed for the illegal gun. Forget about the shooting. You put that on top of the gun. Then what we've got are kids who are out there who are making fun of all of this, doing carjackings, and I can't touch them because they want to protect them.
They know that, and that's why they travel in gangs.
Know that.
And the older kids send out the younger kids to do the real dirty work because they know they're fine.
They absolutely understand. And youth violence is on the rise.
Yeah, and it's gang initiations, and we can talk about all of that. But that is exactly what is going on. And
it was so good to see her on TV again. Like, she brings some stability to the nonsense.
Yes, well, and she is no nonsense when it comes to what is happening on the city streets, and she is absolutely right. And part of me wishes that she could have been a really good attorney general.
Yeah,
matter of fact. Anyway, it is 8:22, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got a lot more straight ahead. I have still not played all of my audio from Marsha Blackburn or John Rose.
There's so much going on today. It's insane. It's insane.
I love the census story. I absolutely love it.
Well, let's dig into that.
All right. Well, coming up next, what do we got, Joan?
Well, it's arraignment day for that man who is accused of killing 4 members of his girlfriend's family. Also, the unusual award being offered for information about a robbery in Nashville. That's coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$824, Nashville's Morning News. Loan Pronto. Listen, friends, if you are maxed out on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt, you could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. You can get cash out right now without touching your low rate first mortgage, no appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto, it is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. Now, they paid off debt. They renovated their kitchen and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That is a huge turnaround. Now, Loan Pronto features instant approvals, low rates, and no hard credit pull up front. Now, your home equity, it is yours, and you should use it to get yourself in a better financial position. You can get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment. So call them, start the conversation. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. Get debt relief right now. LoanPronto.com, equal housing lender. NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit. NMLS consumeraccess.org. You know, your bathroom is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to getting your home sold. And Zintex, my friends at Zintex, they can help you with a huge upgrade to your bathroom and a special price and offer for my listeners. Now, with Zintex, you can upgrade your bathroom into a walk-in shower with grab bars and a bench seat from Zintex. You know, converting that bathtub into that walk-in shower, it can really help the older folks in your life. And a bathtub redesign can make your bathroom look spectacular. Now, your work is going to be done in a day or less with Zintex. And now, a great offer for my listeners. You mentioned WTN. You are going to get a free Kohler toilet. You can also get $999 off your bathroom project or enjoy no interest for 2 years. Whatever works best for you, Zintex, they're always looking out for you. Zintex, Zintex.com. $828, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't have time to play the clip, but I'm just enjoying during the commercial break there. Scott Jennings absolutely schooling the knuckle draggers on CNN. And,
come on, but you got to play it.
We'll play it during the crisscross handoff.
The crisscross? Okay, I like that.
By the way, if you folks, if you want, and I've got plenty of material, but if you want to get in on the hate letter reading that Chris Hand and I are going to do on Mostly Peaceful with Dan and Chris, if you want to submit your letter, well, you've got to do it pretty quick because we're going to be taping that today, as a matter of fact.
Can I handwrite mine and just give it to you?
Sure, you go right on ahead, Sam. And so I think that I've got so much, Joan. And you know what the thing is? I'm debating on how much I use the actual language of said letters. Because, you know, people call me, you know,
Names. Ugly names.
Homophobic slurs.
Wow.
I mean, all that kind of stuff.
You get all that?
Oh, you have no idea.
Say it and have Mason bleep certain words.
Yeah, it's kind of funny when they get bleeped and you get the very first consonant sound and the very last consonant sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what? I'm okay with the curse words. I don't know if I want myself on video saying the
You definitely
the
need
homophobic slurs. I'm okay with the F-bomb. I'm okay with the A-bomb and all that. But I don't think I'm going to say that. I may come up with another way to.
YouTube might take it down. So the slur stuff.
There is that too.
Yeah. Slur stuff definitely needs to be censored.
Oh, good. Then now I have a reason, not to read it. But I'll come up with it. But I mean, that's just the half of it. I mean, people, I'll give you a clue. I have not one, not two, but 3 letters, hate letters, of people telling me to go ahead and off myself on the air.
Wow.
I'm telling you, I elicit such response from people.
Do they sign it? Can you put a name to it?
Not an actual name, no.
Wow.
I probably could. I don't know. But isn't Murphy Show much more hateable than me?
Without a doubt.
I mean, come on. Why am I getting all the hate mail? Send it to Murphy. I'm totally kidding. I love Matt Murphy. I love Chris Hand. I love Chad Benson. 8:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And breaking this morning, President Trump posting on Truth Social that he has instructed the Department of Commerce to immediately begin work on a new and highly accurate census, that's what he calls it, based on modern day facts and figures. For this one, he says, people who are in the country illegally will not be counted. The man accused of killing 4 members of his girlfriend's family in West Tennessee will face a judge this morning. Austin Drummond will be arraigned on 4 counts of first-degree murder. At a press conference yesterday, TBI said the public's help was key in capturing Drummond after a week on the run.
All of the effort, all of the technology, all of the dog determination that we had was really came down to the community doing as was stated, seeing something and making that call.
While this arrest brings some measure of relief, we realize that the road to healing is going to be a long one.
The arraignment hearing is set for 8:15, should be in process right now in Lake County. In Nashville, a homeless man charged with raping a 14-year-old girl. Metro Nashville police arresting Tyler Kidder. He's 22. For that attack that allegedly took place in a Nashville parking garage on Sunday. The girl, who has a history as a runaway, approached strangers on Church Street and told them she had been raped. Kidder's being held in jail. And a novel approach to finding a crook. A Nashville eatery is offering free pizza for a year to the person who can identify the man who broke into their restaurant and made off with a load of alcohol.
Bella Napoli Pizzeria says the suspect smashed a window just after 4:30 a.m. Tuesday. Stole alcohol. Look at him there. The suspect left and ran into a person's backyard near 15th Avenue South. That restaurant is asking residents and businesses to check surveillance footage.
WSMB4 there. This is the second break-in at that restaurant in 2 months. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Well, tariffs began just after midnight tonight. And stocks look like they're doing okay so far this morning. The Dow Jones Industrial started off here 243 points higher. NASDAQ is up 171. We've got the S&P 500 index gaining 37 here right after the opening bell. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Contours. Listen, if you are having trouble fitting into that bathing suit, Contours can help you. Those now famous belly buster specials from Contours, they can help you just like they've helped myself, Chad Benson, as well. Basically what this is red light technology. It is unique. It is cutting edge. It is effective. Most folks lose a couple of inches in the middle. You will as well. Call them right now. First 10 callers do get that belly buster special for just $99. That phone number is 615-236-9960. I know we're halfway through summer. There still is time. 615-236-9960 to get that belly buster special for just $99. Taking advantage of their red light technology, cutting edge, unique, and effective. People have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to check them out. Contours. Find them online, see how it all works. ContoursLLC.com, 615-236-9960. Be one of the first 10 callers. You get that belly buster special for $99. ContoursLLC.com.
Okay, we do have the usual delays on 24, 65, on 40, all those places this morning, but also some accidents. East Germantown, 2nd Avenue North at Taylor Street, Hermitage at Central Pike and I-40 on the ramp. Nashville, Ewing Drive at Night Drive, an accident in Oak Hill on Harding Place at I-65, and then one in Bellevue at Old Hickory Boulevard at I-40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mendes here, Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, if you've got somebody who's got a birthday coming up, maybe an anniversary, maybe, I don't know, a graduation, whatever, Brentwood Jewelry has great options for you. They've got, for the man in your life, watches, cufflinks, of course, money clips as well. And they got watches for both men and women. And if you have a lady in your life, a wife, or maybe a mother, maybe a daughter, whatever, they've got necklaces and bracelets and earrings and rings. You name it, Brentwood Jewelry has it. Great options for both men and women. You walk into Brentwood Jewelry, and I know that I talk about this all the time, but I do appreciate people who appreciate America. Brentwood Jewelry does. You walk into Brentwood Jewelry, and they've got flags all over the place. They've been serving Brentwood and the community surrounding Brentwood for over 50 years. Check them out. If you've got a family heirloom, maybe a watch, maybe a piece of jewelry that you want to have restored, Brentwood Jewelry can do that for you as well. They've been doing this for, again, over 50 years. Proudly serving the Brentwood community. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Find them online at brentwoodjewelry.com. So, Chris, I got to ask you a question. When you deal with producers who all of a sudden are taking great liberties with bumper music, how do you handle that?
Send them to Kansas City.
Send them to Kansas City. Oh, wow.
That's all you got to do.
That was good.
It worked for me every time.
Sam, I hope you like Kansas City.
In all fairness, this is the segment you told me to put custom music on.
Actually, I did. Because he's doing things that I don't necessarily. What did you play earlier? So Sam is new to producing, and I mean all of this in jest.
And Dan is a creature of habit.
I really am.
You love those the cheesy news beds that have been in rotation forever. Dan, I don't know if you know this, Dan still has an iPod, and he actually listens to those over the weekend.
Classic, no less.
Whatever. So what did you play earlier that got my ire? It was like, what the heck is this?
It was a No Sleep Till Brooklyn mashup, Metallica and Beastie Boys.
What are you doing?
Like, yeah, you don't mash that up with Metallica. You play the original. I didn't mash it up.
Was it already on?
It was already in here.
See, he wasn't doing it on his own. It was already in there.
Thank you. If I had my choices, there'd be a lot of Crew. There'd be a lot of Ozzy. There'd be a little bit more Def Leppard in here.
Have you ever heard the Enter Sandman, Don't Stop Believin' mashup?
No.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Who did that? Find it. So that's what I want you to find.
About time.
It is amazing. And I don't even know if I've got that right. I know that, and I bet you somebody on the Super Text line could tell us. Journey's Don't Stop Believin'. They did a mashup with that and some hard rock song. I want to say that it was Enter Sandman. And it was amazing how they were able to.
Is it Don't Stop the Sandman?
Don't Stop the Sandman. That is exactly. Who does that? It's some dude.
Some dude.
Some long-haired hippie guy. But he did a really good job at this mashup. Now, we can't play the whole thing.
You've never found a Journey song that you didn't like.
That's not true.
Oh.
There's one Journey song.
There's one.
Believe it or not,
one.
there's one Journey song that I just cannot stand. But it's a song that literally nobody knows, so nobody cares. Anyway, whatever. Anyway, so you heard John Rose calling into my show.
Yes. And I thought he was calling in to change his position on pot. And he sort of
kind of left the door cracked on medicinal marijuana.
Okay, so here's what in fact, I just cut that piece of audio for a newscast. You want to hear it?
Okay,
We
go
do.
ahead.
This is kind of how he describes it.
There are those who swear by, the medical benefits that they've received, pain killing and other things. And so, we have been doing this for literally hundreds of years. We've been identifying substances and extracting the materials or the active ingredients that are useful, and we can do that with marijuana.
So it sounds like there's a crack,
but
of an open mind.
But he wants to study doing that. He also said that they haven't been able to study doing it because of the way marijuana has been classified.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it.
It sounds like selling it off to Big Pharma, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it does. If he's the governor, I don't see it happening. I just don't. It seemed like that was his
You don't
stance.
see the pot thing happening.
in any shape or form.
So, Chris, are you pro?
So I'm not. I don't know,
Are
man.
you a pothead hand?
No. I've smoked pot before, but I
you
don't.
inhale?
Yeah, but I was a teenager. But I don't.
At least he answered the question.
Shut up, Joan.
But like, so I was very pro legalization until I was the media director for Turning Point. And I spent a lot of time in Phoenix where there was pro legalization.
Right.
And you see the pot shops on every corner.
Yes.
I'm not a huge fan of that.
Well, look at Denver.
Yeah, and
I mean, Denver, and I'm pro medicinal. I'm not pro recreational, but I am pro medicinal.
I'm pro medicinal, and I also think legalizing or decriminalizing is the right way to go.
Yes.
The amount of money that's spent on court, police officers, probation officers, yada 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 down the line, like I think it's ridiculous. I really do.
So should we do that as well with like cocaine? I mean, why would you spend all that money to stop people from getting a high?
Because and this is my personal opinion, if you develop a cocaine habit, you steal TVs. You don't do that for marijuana.
Yeah. You're just irritable and grouchy.
Yeah, I've never heard somebody that's hooked on marijuana that is like, to hit their fix, they're committing breaking and enterings or robbing people on the street.
I don't believe that it is a gateway drug.
I don't either. And I think alcohol is far more the gateway drug than anything else.
Well, and the classic thing is always going to be, and I'm going to get hammered for this next statement, but, I hear a lot more people getting into car accidents when they're drunk, not when they're high.
Yeah.
People that are high, they hang out and they watch TV
too much
and
pizza.
whatever. Eat too much pizza and watch TV.
The classification of DUI is under the influence. Doesn't say what you're under the influence of. So you're not going to hear that. You're not going to get that parsing of charges.
And there's no testing mechanism to know if you're stoned while driving currently.
Yeah. Because it stays in your bloodstream for weeks.
Like you can't, there's no test like a breathalyzer for pot.
No, there isn't.
There's no immediate
You can usually
test.
smell it, though, can't you?
Yeah.
Unless it's an edible or a vape or something.
But that's also a harder case for them to prove, I would imagine.
Yeah. So I don't know. Anyway, it's a good conversation to have, I guess. I felt like the majority of folks. Did we do a poll on this, Sam?
Yes.
What does the poll say?
The poll was 71% were in favor of medicinal legalization.
Okay, so 71% in favor of.
And I don't think anybody was overly upset with John's take on marijuana. I think a lot of people have that take on marijuana. I think people got upset when I posed the question of, okay, say it's got 85% support from voters.
Right.
It gets through the state legislature. It makes its way to your desk.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do at that point? And he said, I veto it. And I think that's what angered the audience more than anything else. 'Cause it's like, oh, so you know better for us than we do.
Yeah.
And that was the issue.
I've seen that a couple of times on the super text line. That very point made.
Should I play the audio, or did you already just tell it?
I mean, you can play it.
All right, you got audio up? Here it is.
If a bill came forward, gets through the House, it's passed, voters, it's for marijuana legalization, it gets to your desk. You signing that bill or are you vetoing that bill?
I would veto that bill based on what I know today.
Yeah, and I basically asked him the same question when he called in earlier. So,
and his answer was essentially, well, the door's open for legalization as long as Big Pharma has their fingers in the pot too.
Yes.
Yeah.
And by the way, I did, just so everybody knows, I did look at how much of a donation he gets from Big Pharma. And it's only, if I remember right, it's like $23,000, which is actually relatively modest when you look at others.
Yeah.
I mean, Blackburn. Good Lord.
Yeah, she gets the most.
Yeah. So.
But I loved that you asked him the question about his wife, because after I got
felt
off,
so slimy.
I know, but after I got off air, it's like you see all these comments, and I'm like, had I known about it, I would have absolutely asked. I'm not afraid to ask that question, so I'm glad that he called in today, and I'm glad that we got that on the record.
Well, yeah, because people are calling him. I thought that people are very unfair. Some dude called. I think it was Matt's show, but called him a groomer or something.
Yeah,
and it's like, no, man, it's okay. I'm just gonna say it.
Say
I said
it,
this
Dan.
off the air.
Just say it, Dan.
So
it's about time you said it.
Most men would be like, if they're in their 40s and some 20-year-old or whatever is asking them out on a date, most men would be like, yeah, but the way that he put it, he was unsure. And, his wife, Chelsea, put on her womanly charms. And so he agreed to meet Chelsea's parents. And now they've been married for how many years? I think
he said they're coming up on 15. So
15 years.
After a decade and a half and 2 kids, is this really a conversation?
No.
I don't think so either.
I don't believe it is either.
When women emotionally mature faster than men do anyway?
Well, and also, like, when you heard his voice when he's answering the question, he didn't run away.
No,
he didn't get shook. He wasn't panicked. Like, he just answered the question. He wasn't worried at all.
Amy is 17 years my junior, but she's like 5 years more mature than me.
I think it may be more.
Okay, so Joan has been like being mean to me all day, and I don't know what I did. What did I do to deserve
Skipped over a
this?
couple news teases.
I did.
Yeah.
I've been all over the place.
That's what it does. That's
okay.
what happens.
Your tires will cost you.
I never skip a Joan Jones news piece.
So do you have your hate mail ready?
I don't get the hate mail.
You don't get
that
hate mail? Are you kidding?
I
How
don't.
is that possible?
Wait, do you get anything on like X or?
I'll get text messages, but nothing to the level of what Dan gets.
Dan read me something the other day off air, and I was like, I've been around the block and I've seen some stuff, and I heard that and I was like, good Lord, do I need to be watching your back?
It's like sleep with a gun under the pillow if you get the mail Dan gets.
And I don't understand why I get it. Like, I just, whatever, I don't care.
Well, and the funny part is you get both extremes. Because I defended you yesterday on a YouTube short comment. I don't know if you saw that.
No.
I stuck up for you. So you'll get the extreme of like, you're a Nazi bigot, you should kill yourself on the air. And then you also get, you're an establishment shill working for the Republicans. And I defended you for that.
Did somebody call me an establishment shill?
I did. Yeah, they did. Well, I didn't.
Oh.
But I defended you. I said that's not the case.
Do you know what I like, though, is that when people like throw these things out, it's like, what evidence do you have that I am an establishment shill? Like, what does that mean?
I have
because,
no idea.
It's because I'm pro 2A, I'm pro-life, I'm pro-strong borders, I'm pro-small government, I'm pro-law and order. I guess that makes me an establishment shill. You know what I mean?
I mean, I guess if your opinions tend to line up with those in power, then yeah, you're an establishment shill as far as Republicans
Or I could
go.
just be a good conservative.
That's true.
You know what I
too.
mean? And how does one not become an establishment shill? Like, what do you do? You know what I
don't
bet you
know,
it is?
but
I know what it is, actually. You know what it is? It's because I'm pro-Israel. I bet you that's what it is.
I don't know.
Are you an establishment shill if you're pro-Israel?
Call me an establishment shill too.
Listen, I'll take that all day long.
But the thing about that, which is also interesting, is you don't shut down the conversation.
No.
You don't yell at people who aren't pro-Israel and say you're anti-Semitic.
No.
If somebody's criticizing the government of Israel, you don't have an issue with that. You just have the conversation.
Yep.
So how's that an establishment shill?
I don't know. And I don't know if I've ever been called an establishment shill before. I'm not even sure what it means.
Yeah, Dan, how much money do you get from AIPAC, Dan?
Not enough.
Did you hear my interview with Jody Barrett?
No.
He said that he's already getting calls from AIPAC.
Is he really?
Whoa.
And I said, I made a short. It's on our YouTube page. He said no other lobbyist groups have reached out. He found it very weird because he's not even the nominee yet. Right. We haven't even got through the primary. And I said, is it like an interview? And he goes, yeah. He said they want to know if they can work with you or they want to know if they can work you.
Interesting.
I was taken aback, but really more by the openness and the honesty from Mr. Barrett.
Here's the thing, though. You can be pro-Israel and not play with AIPAC.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
100%.
Like that's they're two completely different and distinct things. And AIPAC has not given me any money. Wish they would. I'm just kidding. Whatever.
No lobbying groups on Nashville's Morning News.
No, they're banned.
It's a lobby-free zone.
All right. I don't know where, because we are so messed up, because when John Rose called up, the clock has just gone to heck in a handbasket.
You're blaming John.
Yes, I am.
Better
actually.
than blaming me and Sam, so happy for it.
We'll take it.
He's a Republican shill, that John Rose. He's why we're late. Totally kidding. All right, so real quick, 8:50. What am I doing? You're doing whatever. So Sam, what am I doing?
News, tease, and promo.
News, tease, and promo. All right, so I can't do anything without I can't do anything without the sounder.
You got to have the sounder.
Mm-hmm.
Sounder doesn't count.
Like all establishment shills, I can't do anything without a sounder. All right, Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, we have the latest information on that Army soldier who shot 5 people at a base in Georgia yesterday. Also, ICE agents are getting some high-powered help here in Tennessee. Those stories coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Or I'm here right now. Dan Mandis with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, friends, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They are going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company is going to depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. If you've got an older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get that royal review at King Insurance. Todd, did you hear that?
What? What'd you do?
Somebody pull somebody's finger over there?
Did you, honestly,
Was that you?
That was I just made a guttural sound that came out on the radio. I apologize for that. That wasn't a belch. I don't know what in the world that was. Now I'm embarrassed. Is that what all Republican shills do? Establishment shills?
This is what they do.
Okay, very good.
Do
Go. All right, so listen to this. Don't Stop Believing and Enter Sandman mashed up.
I don't like it. Not a fan.
Really?
No. Oh, yuck.
I love this.
No.
Joan?
No.
Oh, whatever.
You know what's better than this? The Statue of Liberty.
All right, whatever. Take it down.
Sorry. Did I?
You burst my bubble.
I didn't mean to.
It's all right. It's all good.
Can we play a little Amy Grant or something?
No.
Wow. Okay.
Moving right along.
Well, then.
All right, real quick. So,
we love you, Joan.
Great. Just real quickly, I didn't talk about it, but it seems like Vladimir Putin has blinked.
Yeah.
So he's going to get together with Donald Trump. You remember Trump gave him, you got 10 days.
Where are we in that 10-day notice? Are we?
I think we're like day 8.
That's what I thought we were.
Yeah,
day 8.
right.
Yeah. So Putin blinked.
I love it.
This is what peace through strength is.
I'm a huge fan of it. And people were worried with the moving of the subs, but I guess that's really panning out in Donald Trump's favor as well.
Everybody said, oh, he's going to get us into a nuclear war. No, he put Vladimir Putin in his place.
Yep.
And so if we can somehow end this war, Russia in Ukraine, that is going to be huge. And he still won't get the...
That would be 7. He'd be averaging 1 a month.
It would be 7. And he still won't get the Nobel Peace Prize.
And today is day 200 of his administration.
Yep.
There you go.
200.
Yeah.
You look back at The Apprentice and think, this is the guy that's going to effectively use the U.S. military.
There you go.
Right.
This is the guy that's going to save America as he's firing Omarosa.
All right, so very quickly, what are you doing today?
Well, we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. There was a bunch of stuff I couldn't get to yesterday. I love the fact that Donald Trump signed an executive order to take over the Olympics and essentially push Gavin Newsom out. I thought that was hilarious.
Elbowed him.
We'll talk about big balls and what's happening in D.C. I want to ask the audience how they feel about federalizing some of these cities. Like if you could zoom out and do it in cities like Chicago, New York, L.A., would you do it? So we'll ask the audience that. Plus, we'll talk about the peace talks. We'll talk about redistricting, and I'll play you some insanity from one Jasmine Crockett.
All right. Chris Hand is coming up next on WTN.